Good morning, everyone. Before we start, I'm going to ask Tom Irvine from Ngāti Whātua Auraki to provide a karakia for us.
Tēnā koutou. Māku te karakia, timatanga o tēnei rātua rua o tēnei kaupapa, nō reira, me karakia tātou. Tēkena atu rāta pūtake o nā kōrero ki te wānanga. Tēkena atu rāta hautapu o nā ariki, kauwhate te tāna te wānanga, ki runga ki enei ruanuku, kia koe te matapūnenga, māingi te matapū iho, ka whakamaua ki a tēnā hui e, tāi ki e.
I just explained before we start that one of our commissioners is watching the proceedings by remote video this morning, and he will be continuing to watch that through part of the day and may be able to come back later this afternoon. Ms. Levy.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Kelly is going to introduce the first witnesses for today.
Tēnā koutou ngā kai komihana, and tēnā koutou katoa. We're going to be joined first this morning by three academic researchers from joining us from across various places in the globe. We have Dr. Eleanor Holroyd here with us in Tamaki Makaurau. We're joined online also from the UK by Dr. Nicholas Long and Dr. Antje Deckert. And they're going to be speaking to us about research that they carried out on the impacts of lockdowns as part of a group formed the Care and Responsibility Under Lockdown group, or the CAROL Collective. So I will turn to ask each to introduce themselves to begin with. That's all right. So starting with you, Dr. Holroyd.
Kia ora koutou. Ko Eleanor Holroyd, taku ingoa. I'm an academic at Auckland University of Technology in the Faculty of Health and Environmental Sciences. I'm a registered nurse and a medical anthropologist. And I worked for about 15 years in Hong Kong, during which I was involved in research in SARS as well.
Dr. Long, if you could introduce yourself, please.
My name is Dr. Nicholas Long. I'm Associate of Anthropology at the London School of Political Science in London in the UK. I have a PhD in anthropology and I specialise in various aspects of psychological and medical anthropology with expertise encompassing the UK, Indonesia and Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Deckert.
Dr. Deckert, I'm joining tonight from Germany. I'm an associate professor in criminology at Auckland University of Technology. I hold a LLM from the University of Wellington and a doctorate in law from the European University Viadrina in Germany. I practiced law for several years in Germany, specializing in criminal law before becoming an academic.
Please, we're just not showing. It is? Yes, thank you. Okay, thanks, Ms. Kelly.
So hopefully we'll make sure that we can see Antje when she's giving further responses. I wonder if I could invite you or one of you to give a bit of a explanation of what the CAROL Collective was and how it came about.
I'm happy to answer that question. So the three of our members of the CAROL Collective, the acronym CAROL, stands for Care and Responsibility Under Lockdown. And the CAROL Collective is made up of 15 social scientists working in Great Britain, Australia and Aotearoa, New Zealand. And we formed in early 2020 to investigate how social groups and institutions reacted to the various challenges the COVID-19 pandemic posed. We were particularly interested in how people took care of themselves and of others, and how they acted during the pandemic in general, and how they took diverse roles of responsibility. From March 2020 until August 2022, we met online once a week to discuss latest events, our research surveys and interviews. and our draft publications. And 2 months after we formed in May 2020, we published our first research output. That was a rapid research report with the title Living in Bubbles During the Coronavirus Pandemic, Insights from New Zealand. Altogether, we have published over a dozen academic journal articles and book chapters, and most are based on our survey data and interviews. All members of the collective contributed to the survey and interview questions from our diverse academic backgrounds in anthropology, social sciences, nursing, law, and criminology. For each publication, 1 or 2 members of the collective would take the lead in analyzing the data and then drafting the article or the chapter, and the other members would contribute to the publication with feedback, critical questions, and suggestions. So we had something as close as to perfect as we could before we were submitting our work. In the publications, therefore, you will find that the lead authors are named first, and then the remaining co-authors in alphabetical order. So while the first authors are uniquely qualified to speak to the data collection and analysis part of the research, all Carroll Collective members can speak to the results of each research topic. So, for example, as a criminologist, I was particularly interested in how the lockdown rules were policed. So I led the journal articles Safer Communities Together, ? Plural Policing and COVID-19 Public Health Intervention in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and also the article It Has Totally Changed How I Think About the Police, COVID-19 and the Mistrust / Trust of Pandemic Policing in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And I will let Eleanor and Nick explain their relationship to particular research outputs of the collective.
I'll briefly explain my role as well as the general role in the collective. I particularly was interested in the experience of healthcare workers and the health experiences. So my role was to contribute to the data on nurses, community nurses and personal assistants caring for community patients. We published in a journal around that, and we also published in The Conversation. And the approach to interviews was largely to draw survey respondents from the larger Facebook survey and conduct in-depth interviews. Over to you, Nick.
And I took the lead on papers to the New Zealand bubble policy and the implications that had for family and household experiences. We published that as a rapid research report and also in a chapter in an ASA monograph, which is the annual publication for the Association of Social Anthropologists, which is a prestigious outlet. I also led a paper on funerary restrictions for the journal Mortality, on the experiences of coming out of lockdown under an elimination strategy for the Journal of Public Health, and have also put together a more recent research report on the experiences of the 2021 lockdown.
Excellent, thank you. I wonder, it's really nice to have that overview of the different publications and outputs of the group. I wonder if you could explain a little bit more about how the data was collected during that time and what processes you used in the research.
Although we're an interdisciplinary collective, our roots are in anthropology. So this was ultimately an anthropological and ethnographic study. We weren't testing particular hypotheses. What we wanted to do was get an overview of what was happening in New Zealand and how were the various pandemic control measures that were being implemented being experienced. And we wanted to understand that by hearing the accounts of as many different voices as possible and gathering as wide a range of narratives as possible. So our approach to collecting data was informed by that commitment. We used 2 main instruments. Our first was a series of online surveys, which we distributed using a Facebook ads mechanism to people that we had no prior connection with from as far and wide across New Zealand as we possibly could. We did find that there was perhaps a disproportionate representation of older respondents, women, so we then tried to make up for that by having targeted ad campaigns approaching younger demographics and men, but there was still a little bit of a skew in our data, and of course we only attracted the people who were interested in documenting their experiences of the pandemic, but we were able to get a large number of respondents. We had a total of 5,211 valid responses across the 5 surveys that we ran, and that allowed us to get a wide range of narratives to the point where we were observing saturation in the data of certain narratives coming up again and again. So we feel we've got if not an exhaustive account, a good range of accounts. The surveys contained a mixture of more fact-based questions, so things like, did you expand your bubble at level 3, and if so, by how many households and who with? Some that were more about measuring opinions, or where people would place their confidence or their feelings about something on a scale of 1 to 10, whether they strongly agreed or disagreed, and then more open text questions where people could describe their experiences of the lockdown, give reasons for the answers that they'd given to some of the previous questions, or share with us things that we'd not yet asked about. And I have to thank everyone who took part in these surveys, because they provided such generous and reflective accounts of their experiences that were very rich, very nuanced, and allowed us to conduct thematic analyses, tracing out particular themes that recurred again and again, thinking about the factors that might be influencing who is experiencing what, and drawing our attention to additional issues that we hadn't maybe envisioned researching, that we could then investigate further through follow-up research, both with further surveys, with a research panel where we emailed certain people on a regular basis to ask them in more depth about certain aspects of their experiences, and via semi-structured interviews. And I'll turn to Eleanor now, who can talk more about our interview methods.
Yeah, semi-structured interviews were conducted by disciplinary leads from our team, our social science team, and we drew our recruitment from the Facebook survey, people who'd agreed to take part in the interviews based on their demographics. And then we conducted either Zoom meetings or recorded telephone meetings during the lockdown with the particular targets. And as I've shared, my target was largely around nurses and midwives and personal care assistants. When we had that data, we conducted thematic analysis of patterns, and then we worked together as a team to explore some of the key issues. And we were interested in the polarisation of experiences, the range of experiences around care and responsibility as we went through that data analysis.
Thank you. If I can now talk to what we learnt really from that data, and I wonder if you can give us a bit of a summary of what the research told us in. For those of us in lay terms, I guess, for those of us to follow along, what did it tell us about the effect of lockdowns on some of the matters that are of most concern to this commission, and that's things such as social division and isolation, for example?
Thank you. Nick?
Start by thinking about our 2020 research. What we found from our initial phase of investigation was that actually New Zealand had done quite well compared to many other comparable jurisdictions in terms of approaching lockdown in a way that avoided large amounts of social division and avoided large amounts of isolation. We found that people really got behind the unite against COVID-19 messaging, and the idea of being kind, the idea that this was a team of 5 million. Those were tropes that recurred again and again in the survey responses we collected. And we also were particularly impressed by the way that even at the very stringent level of level 4, people had the opportunity for a lockdown buddy if they lived alone or were struggling with childcare issues, and that as the lockdown moved from level 4 to level 3, it was possible to merge bubbles with another household if that was necessary to keep yourself or others safe and well. And we found that quite a lot of people did take up that opportunity, and they took up the opportunity in a way that would provide support to people who were struggling or people who were isolated. So the lockdown provisions that existed in New Zealand, unlike in some other jurisdictions, such as the UK, worked to guard against the risk of isolation. It wasn't perfect. We found that sometimes people were not able to take up the opportunity of a lockdown buddy because they felt the rules weren't very clear, or they were worried that people might think they were breaking the lockdown by meeting their buddy, or they were very anxious about getting coronavirus. Sometimes relationships within the bubble became a little bit fractious. Someone didn't want to be in a merged bubble anymore because they were worried about the risk of infection, but still that resource was there and it did provide support to a lot of people. What we also found was there were a number of particular groups that were disproportionately less well served by these arrangements. And these were people who have what we refer to as circumstantial disadvantage. So they're not necessarily people that you would immediately think of as disadvantaged, but they experience disadvantage specifically in a lockdown. So this would, for example, be people who were in flat share arrangements where they suddenly had to make collective decisions about who their household might merge with, even though they were in no sense a formative unit that resembles a household. They just happen to be 4 or 5 discrete individuals inhabiting the same building. Frontline workers were often shunned for bubbles and buddying arrangements because they were seen as having a risk of exposure. So they were more isolated. And we found that although the rules were very good for supporting people who had childcare needs or who were in situations of, for example, domestic violence, it wasn't so good at supporting people who were suffering from bereavement, who had relatives who were experiencing terminal illness or who had other elder care needs. And those people might have to struggle on their own, living alone or living just with the other members of their bubble without being able to get easy access to the physical comfort that could have been provided otherwise. So there were a number of groups that were maybe not thought about as much as they could have been in those initial provisions, but that was also something that was viewed quite widely internationally, and it's certainly something where many governments can do better in the future. So that's what we learnt in terms of bubbles. I'll turn to Antje, who can tell us more about what we learnt in relation to policing.
Thank you, Nick. So one of the questions we asked in the policing research was, who was actually policing the lockdown? Was it only New Zealand police, or were there other forces at play? So obviously we found that police were part of the policing process, but equally the community checkpoints run by iwi. And we found also a lot of what we call peer-to-peer policing. So that peer-to-peer policing occurred because the police and the Prime Minister had encouraged people to surveil each other and to dob in or report rule breakers to New Zealand police. So what we found here was that people were burdened with that paradoxical task of enforcing the rules while also being kind. And unlike neighborhood watches, this kind of peer-to-peer policing was not collectively organized, but occurred nevertheless at a large scale, with about 63,000 breaches reported to New Zealand police during the levels 4, 3, and 2. And those means of peer-to-peer policing consisted mainly of verbal and non-verbal cues of disapproval and also threats to report to police. However, what we found was that the peer-to-peer policing proved highly ineffective because not one of our research participants said that peer-to-peer policing had spurred them into obeying COVID-19 restrictions. So despite all these efforts, it wasn't very useful for compliance. Our research also raised concerns over racial bias being at play when New Zealand police enforced the lockdown rules, as police were disproportionately taking action against Māori individuals. We found that iwi established community checkpoints not only to protect the health of Māori community members, but also because Māori communities tend to have little trust in New Zealand police and are therefore less likely to comply with their orders. So unlike the law enforcement approach, the New Zealand police took community checkpoints operated on the values of manakitanga and kaitiakitanga, which means they're taking care of others, guardianship and protection. And interestingly, we found that iwi and New Zealand police working alongside each other at these checkpoints enhanced not only the lives of iwi members, but it also improved the image of New Zealand police among Māori community members.
Thank you. If we can turn now to the effects on health and healthcare professionals from some of your research.
Thank you. Our research found that individuals navigated complex ethical choices and emotional challenges during the times of lockdown, often balancing public health compliance with their own well-being and the needs of others. And they tried to honour the intent of lockdown rules, even when they were technically, bending them for particular things that they thought of as necessities, and these led to tension and conflict. We did note quite a lot of social withdrawal, which was linked to, even well after elimination had been achieved, this social withdrawal often led to lingering anxiety about potential undetected virus spread, as well as long-term psychological and behavioural impacts of lockdowns. And this tended to be seen as disrupting social bonds and further entrenched isolation habits that had been built up over the lockdown and the bubbles, and mental distress. And older adults and those with pre-existing medical conditions were particularly vulnerable to decreased sociability. And as Nick has already alluded to, certain groups, particularly people in co-parenting situations or shared parenting and flatmates, were unable to risk decisions in their bubbles. And of course, I'll talk to essential workers, but particularly essential workers felt that they were very constrained in their ability to maintain social cohesion and contact. And we recommended that future policies account for diverse living situations and the ethical tension. And although elimination can enable a return to social behaviours, it cannot universally build and restore social well-being. And that this challenge in rebuilding interpersonal connections may persist and shouldn't be underestimated. And it's very important to have future planning alongside mental health and social integration measures, particularly for high-risk populations. I'll talk a little bit to the healthcare professionals. Yeah, this speaks to the interviews that I did and we as a collective worked on the analysis of. But one of the key areas with the healthcare professionals interviewed, and these were largely community care workers working often in rural isolated communities, often for people who were cared at home, and they needed to didn't always have the adequate personal protection gear for going into houses in the community. So many of the care workers, which, as I've said, included nurses, midwives, and personal care assistants, experienced heightened anxiety due to fear of transmitting the virus to their families while needing to continue to provide care. And despite diligent use of personal protection equipment, there was considerable strain and social isolation, and workloads kept increasing as their colleagues were sick, and often the needs of people isolated at home was considerable. And these pressures led to emotional exhaustion, loneliness that persisted well beyond the lockdown period. The collective burden of constant vigilance, emotional labour, and the moral weight of caregiving left many care workers to say they felt depleted. One of them, I particularly remember, said she felt as if a dripping tap was turned on and it wouldn't stop dripping with the stress she was under. Furthermore, the public praise for doctors, nurses and health staff as heroes underlined the harsh reality of their day-to-day experiences. Long shifts, often made longer because of a staff sickness, rapidly evolving safety protocols, so there was a fast and rapid change in the environment and a constant fear of infection. While lauded as heroes, they often felt very isolated in their personal lives and stigmatised if they went to the supermarket due to fear of contamination from other members of the public. And many of them that were trying to fulfil their scope of practice and professional obligations, but it came at a steep cost, exhaustion, strange, because they also were needing to look after their families. So I guess the questions we asked within this, because who was truly protected, who bore the risk, and whose labour was quietly sacrificed to maintain social functioning. So we've got a call to think resilience, not only in terms of public health, but must be through the lens of the essential workers, particularly the care workers who sustained under immense pressure. And particularly, as one of the things we're advocating, is fair pay. The community health nurses were paid less than the hospital nurses at the time, and 6 months later they won a further pay claim, but it didn't bring their salaries in line with hospital nurses. Access to mental health care, which wasn't part of the process that they went through, safer working conditions, particularly in the community, and given the primacy of primary care, the importance of primary care for the future, this will become more meaningful. And also participation of care workers and nurses in policy decision making for protection. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think you've described really vividly the additional burden of some particular professions during that lockdown, and in that case, healthcare professionals. I wonder if could. I understand that the research didn't look at some of our other areas, particularly of interest for this commission, and that's the effects on business activity and education. But there might be a comment that you can make in relation to that.
We didn't specifically look at it, but there was quite a lot of intersecting effects. Just from my perspective, from my university working at AUT as the largest undergraduate provider of nursing in New Zealand, I was very aware that many of our nursing students were in very constrained circumstances, not always of access to internet in homes, fearful of going on shift works because of contamination, and just uncertain of the future. We were about to start a study, but we didn't complete it looking at that role. But Nick may like to speak a bit more about some of the other overlaps.
I think not particularly in terms of economic or business activity or education, other than to say that when we did ask people what they felt the priorities should be for the government as New Zealand came out of lockdown, people overwhelmingly voted for expanding bubbles and allowing connection between social groups rather than things like education or allowing people to go back to the workplace, which was also a pattern that we found in a parallel survey in the UK. So for all these things are very important, actually social connection seemed to be more of a priority for people who are taking part in our surveys, and that was provided by the increased capacity to merge bubbles that came with the move to level 3.
Thank you. I think, Dr. Long, that you might be going to talk to us also a little bit about the attitudes towards lockdowns generally in the early part of the pandemic response as your research. You've already spoken to this a bit, but is there anything particularly you'd like to add to that?
I mean, broadly, what we found was that people were very supportive. They were echoing government messaging about the importance of protecting others and protecting the most vulnerable. So there was a lot of buy-in to the public health messaging. What we did find, as we reported in a paper that we published in January 2021 in the Journal for the Royal Society of New Zealand, is that people were often weighing up how to balance the obligation to public health with other obligations that they might have, and sometimes acting in what they perceive to be the spirit of the lockdown. So they might bend the rules, allowing a socially distanced meet up outside, or going to see someone who was bereaved, or breaking a lockdown restriction in order to have a mental health break, but still doing it in a way that they felt was safe based on their own assessment of the risk. So we saw quite a lot of that individualized calculation and negotiation of risk and responsibility following the spirit of the law, although that did sometimes bring them into conflict with neighbours and friends who felt it was important to obey the letter of the law. So there was that point of tension, but despite that point of tension, there was an underlying shared commitment to the nation's public health.
Thanks. And just lastly on the research, I wonder if on that early research, I wonder if you could if there was any particularly key, or summarise a particularly key unforeseen or unintended consequences of lockdowns that you saw through that research?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that, because what was really surprising in the policing part of the research is that when we asked the question to what extent did New Zealand Police was trusted to enforce the lockdown rules, we found that in a nutshell, that police stops were mostly counterproductive to compliance with the pandemic control measures. So what we found here was that the novelty of the lockdown rules meant that New Zealand police officers were learning those rules at the same time as the public was learning them, and the public knew that the police were learning them at the same time. So therefore, New Zealand police officers weren't necessarily perceived as experts on the lockdown rules. So that meant that members of the public frequently questioned police's interpretation of the lockdown rules and sometimes outright dismissed them. And as Nick just said, there was a lot of that sticking to the spirit of the law, but maybe not necessarily to the letter of the law. So our data showed that members of the public who had been stopped by New Zealand police during the lockdown expressed less trust in the police after that encounter, because they perceived police as acting heavy-handed, unjustly and inconsistently. So as a result, members of the public who had been stopped by police did not feel encouraged to comply with the lockdown rules. And interestingly, this was particularly true for the segments of the population that typically express high levels of trust in police. So that means people of European descent. So there's a real risk of eroding existing trust in police by policing the lockdown.
I would also like to highlight briefly two unexpected findings. One, which Eleanor has already alluded to, is that when the lockdown ended, it wasn't necessarily the case that everyone just went back to normal straightforwardly. And in fact, we found that people who were most vulnerable to the virus often struggled and remained very isolated. Sometimes it was because of fear of contracting coronavirus. Sometimes it was because they felt they'd been neglected by their friends during the lockdown and they sort of couldn't get over that breach. Sometimes they'd had a big fight over breaking lockdown restrictions and they couldn't mend things. Sometimes they'd just fallen out of the habit of socializing. So we do think that more support should be given to pathways out of lockdown. This was a time when the virus had been eliminated. People could have socialized freely, and that kind of social connection is itself really important for mental health and physical health. So we hadn't anticipated as many people to encounter those difficulties as we had. So encouraging people to get back to normal, we think, needs to be part of a public health response. We also found that despite the lockdown restrictions often being very difficult for people, sometimes there were ways in which it allowed people to creatively reimagine aspects of their lives that they'd always felt a little bit ambivalent towards. So we found that sometimes in narratives about people just being able to focus on themselves. I think one person described it as cutting the fluff, but we even found it in things like funerary restrictions, which are obviously extremely difficult for many, many people, especially at level 4. I mean, no one found level 4 to be acceptable, but with some of the level 3 and level 2 restrictions, we found, for example, participants from Samoan backgrounds who would normally have to have very large funerals and now couldn't. While some found that to be very difficult because they weren't giving their loved ones a proper send-off, others found that they'd always felt quite ambivalent towards these expensive cultural traditions, the falave, and the opportunity to innovate, to use virtual technologies to have a slightly smaller scale funeral opened up new vistas for them. So the experience of these lockdowns is very diverse, and it's important to have multiple narratives rather than just one singularizing narrative, and to really allow members of the national community to experience everybody's diverse experiences of the pandemic, which they're maybe not aware of because everyone was so isolated at the time.
Thank you. And you know that you understand that our current commission is particularly looking at this second lockdown, the one that began in August 2021 for I call it the second large lockdown, focused in Auckland. And I wonder, Dr. Long and others, but if you could talk a little bit about what we know in that period of time, and also what the research can tell us, or what from your experience you can tell us about how things might have shifted beyond the 2021 lockdown or throughout that lockdown.
I can start by speaking to that. We did our final survey in August 2021, just as that lockdown came into effect, and we had 1,040 valid responses. What we found was, at that time when the lockdown first came in, support for it within our sample was very high. So 91% of our survey respondents supported the lockdown, and they did so on very similar grounds to the ones that they'd explained in 2020. Namely, it was important to protect the most vulnerable and hopefully eliminate the virus. The big difference was that the most vulnerable were now not people who were seen as old or medically vulnerable or from racial groups that were particularly vulnerable, but people who had not yet received a full course of vaccination. And vaccination narratives played out very strongly in people's accounts of this lockdown too, because even as people supported it, there was often a sense that they wished they didn't have to do it. They felt maybe if the vaccine rollout had been faster earlier in the year, it wouldn't have been necessary to do it. And so there was a kind of grudging sense that it has to be done, that maybe it could have been otherwise. It wasn't just the vaccine rollout that people blamed for it, it was the fact that international governments had not been, like New Zealand, in really locking down early, and as a result these new variants like Delta had emerged, so other international actors were also seen as responsible. So there was a sense of frustration, and there was a sense of anxiety as to whether or not the lockdown would prove effective with a variant as contagious as Delta. But nevertheless, people were keen to give it a go, and they were sticking to narratives that were very familiar to them and that were very familiar to us, that were extremely similar to 2020. We found that people were by and large quite well prepared for the lockdown. A lot of people had been expecting it to happen. They talked about having lockdown cupboards in their kitchens and stockpiles of supplies. But there were also a number of people that were caught somewhat by surprise by the very sudden nature of the snap lockdown and wished that they'd had more time to prepare, to think about who they were going to be living with, what their bubble was going to be like, and so forth. What we also found was that when we asked people what kinds of support could you be given this time round that you weren't given last time round, what kinds of support needs do you have, a large number of people were asking for help with various aspects of financial support. That could include things like wage subsidies, it could include things like money for internet for people who are having to study or take part in lots of Zoom meetings, but it also included things like access to sources of food other than the supermarket, because people were saying that outdoor markets or local greengrocers might provide food that was cheaper, fresher, and that it could have been possible in their ideal world for that food to be available in a socially distanced, COVID-safe manner, that they hoped it might be possible to get delivery retail, that they hoped it might be possible to get food takeaway, and in that way they'd also be able to support small businesses. So there was a hope that maybe this time round there would be an ability to balance some of the competing needs a little more than was the case. And many people spoke about the need for improved mental health services. They weren't always necessarily specific about what they wanted the improved mental health service to be, but there was a general sense that the free mental health resources that were available were not sufficient, that they were difficult to get access to. Many people reported, for example, being running out with or exhausting what was available from their GP, or saying that the resources that were available online were not adequate for dealing with their situation, and often not tailored to the specific challenges that people might experience struggling with a lockdown, as opposed to mental health in other circumstances. So there's definitely capacity for more tailored support in that area to be developed if lockdowns are to be used in future.
Thanks very much. I wonder, just picking up on if lockdowns are to be used in future, if we might just draw on that a little further, to say if there's anything else that you think we could learn, particularly about what could be considered that would improve lockdown experience if they were to be used in future. And that's to any of you.
I think the notion of advance notice and clearer timeframes, if that's possible, there's a way of actually articulating timeframes and understanding from the population themselves what's needed for the mental health support. That seemed to be in essential workers, in nurses and in the public. It wasn't necessarily what was being provided, didn't really match what was needed. So I think there could be quite a lot more consideration around that, as well as some understanding of social support needed, and how that might be mitigated and developed in the future to be a more understandable way of delivering social support, what that might look like. They were some in terms of the health aspects that we could share.
And from a policing kind of perspective, I sort of we worked out four important messages. The first one is that the lockdown rules should be developed in advance and be consistent throughout the pandemic, because switching from one set of the rules like levels to another set like traffic lights causes a sense of inconsistency and insecurity and lowers the chances of compliance. Secondly, relevant authorities should be well trained in their interpretation of the lockdown rules so that the rules are applied fairly and consistently, and public trust in government is enhanced, not lessened. Thirdly, community compliance with pandemic control measures should not be dealt with by police, but by local authorities that enjoy a great amount of trust among the local population already. We're thinking here of iwi and other authorities that are perceived as public health experts rather than law enforcers. Police should, if at all, operate as a supportive force in the background or alongside these authorities. This approach would require an ongoing dialogue and sustained long-term healing, because iwi New Zealand police relations remain strained in many locations throughout the country. And lastly, because community compliance is essential to fighting pandemics, we recommend that effective measures of community building before and throughout the pandemic be put in place, which might also be helpful with the mental health aspect that Nick touched on, and that instead of holding individuals accountable or encouraging the public to dob in rule breakers, because that only generates more resistance to the rules than compliance.
An important consideration is how the burden of lockdown plays out unequally and creates new axes of disadvantage. So I think understanding that lockdown doesn't affect everybody equally, I think that was largely overlooked. So can't always be anticipated, but we need to be alert to them as they arise.
Deckard, could you kindly repeat your point number 2, please, because I just lost track of that. I just want to make a note of your second point.
That was to me?
Yes, please.
Oh yeah, no problem. The second point was that relevant authorities should be well trained in the interpretation of the lockdown rules. So when there are different case studies, for example, that they're well trained in those, and so that the rules are applied fairly and consistently, so that public trust in government is enhanced, not lessened.
Thank you.
I think what I would add to what Eleanor and Antje have already shared is that when thinking about bubble policies or the kinds of arrangements that people would have during lockdowns, there needs to be more acknowledgement of specific non-normative situations, so people in flat share arrangements, the challenges of new migrants to the country, essential workers, others for whom the lockdown might be particularly difficult, and clear but tailored recommendations as to how they can best thrive in lockdown and how they can establish multi-household care arrangements that will still be COVID safe or safe for whatever pathogen we might be dealing with. So it's important to have clarity, but clarity doesn't need to translate into a blunt one-size-fits-all approach, which was something that people sometimes experienced. There needs to be more flexibility in what happens if bubble arrangements break down. There needs to be more accommodation of situations like terminal illness and bereavement, and there needs to be more support for reconnection and healing after the passage out of lockdown. And I would say that includes the healing from the kinds of social division that we observed in 2021 in Auckland as a result of this long lockdown, which is itself very complicated, and I'd be happy to speak to that a little if you would like. But what's clear is that there's a need to properly understand each other's perspectives and stories, to think about mental health support that is not just individual but relational, and allowing people to heal from these divisions and an ability to understand different perspectives and different stories. And I think this is where social science research and the arts and other ways of telling stories and drawing awareness to these narratives and voices that are sometimes suppressed can play a really valuable role and deserves investment and support at all levels from all parts of society.
Thank you, Dr. Long. And on that, would you like to expand a little on the, as you say, the sort of change and the social division that grew through 2021?
I mean, I'm happy to. It's a little speculative because our last research was in August 2021, but it was very clear to us, as I was explaining, that at that time there was a lot of support for the lockdown because it was anchored to this narrative of elimination. And I think what becomes interesting is at that moment in October where elimination is starting to seem less likely, the Delta variant is continuing to spread, even though it's in a suppressed manner, that division and conflict starts to break out because it's not necessarily so clear to people what the end game is anymore. And at this point, we see there's also division within politicians in New Zealand. We have some parties saying, well, we can open up when we have 70% full vaccination. Other parties saying we can open up when we have 90% full vaccination. And as more and more people are vaccinated, the need to protect the vulnerable becomes a law of diminishing returns because actually people are already protected by the vaccine. So what protection is afforded by the lockdown? So I think it's in those circumstances where the narrative of elimination has failed and the narrative of protecting the most vulnerable is starting to founder that people can begin to disagree. And the disagreement can then become quite toxic because there's a lot of fear around coronavirus. There's fear around what it might mean to open up. And we saw this fear and anxiety very prominently at all stages in our research. So it's not surprising that would be feeding into that kind of social division. I think when you also look at how vaccine mandates became controversial, it's interesting to me that lockdowns became controversial alongside vaccine mandates. And in fact, setting a 90% vaccination threshold for lifting the lockdown links the two issues. It links lockdowns and vaccinations in a way that had never been the case before. So our research suggests that when the narrative of the lockdown is that it's about protecting people, it's about trying to eliminate a virus, people can come together and unite behind it. But when it's about or when it's potentially interpretable as a kind of stick that is being used for people who are not yet vaccinated, then it can become controversial. So it's important to me that the measure of lockdown as a public health measure be disassociated from the vaccine mandate that it has maybe become increasingly associated with in the popular imagination, because it could still be a very valuable tool, as I think is recognised by, for example, the people who are testifying yesterday who were saying how they supported the lockdown in 2020. But it's important that that not be lost. And I think the final factor to mention is that this kind of social division is not unique to lockdowns. It's being fed by a social media and digital ecology that amplifies extreme content, that amplifies hostility, and that then gets fed into journalism, which uses social media as a source. And this is not just affecting issues to do with lockdown and mask mandates, it's to do with many other things that we're seeing right now in society across the globe. And this is a big challenge that many countries face. And again, it's something where social science research is really needed to try and think about the best ways of dealing with this at all levels, from policy to that of the individual consumers. So it's also, I think, worth thinking about the bigger picture here that this is part of. It's not all intrinsic to the experience of lockdown per se, but very much to do with the broader context in which that lockdown is experienced.
Appreciate that. And before we wrap up, I'll just invite commissioners if they have any questions.
Commissioner Kavanagh?
I don't. Thank you very much. It's been most helpful.
Dr. Long, you described early on in your explanation, in your evidence, the idea that your research was part of an anthropological exercise. Could you just spell that out a little for us so that we understand what that means in relation to the lockdown research?
I'll I'll be happy to. So what I mean by it being an anthropological exercise is that it's fundamentally a descriptive and inductive exercise. Our goal was to understand the experiences of people living in New Zealand in their own terms. So we wanted to ask questions that would invite them to describe their experiences, reflect upon their experiences, so that we could use their narratives and their categories to structure our account, rather than, for example, coming in with a predetermined framework of what the most important questions would be or what the most important categories of analysis would be. So this, for example, is how we were able to recognise that bereaved people were an important category to think about when it comes to circumstantial disadvantage in lockdowns. We hadn't necessarily anticipated that widows living alone, struggling with their grief, would have a particular set of experiences. When you think about it, it's obvious, but if you're already thinking in terms of predetermined categories of socioeconomic class, race, gender, you might miss these other things that became very important for people, the kinds of living arrangements that they had, like flatting being a key factor, emerged inductively from this approach. So that's the heart of what I mean by something being anthropological, that it's working in a kind of grounded theory method from the research participants' own words up. And our role is to try and find patterns within that, rather than to impose a theoretical framework or test predetermined hypotheses.
Thank you. The terms of reference that we are working under refer to a period from February 2021 to October 2022. Your primary research was outside that period, but you prepared a report that was available during that period. Am I right about that?
That's correct. So our initial report, Living in Bubbles, was published in May 2020, and that was publicly available. Our second journal publication was in the Journal of the Royal Society of New Zealand, and that was published in January 2021. And that was also open access and freely available during that period. And our subsequent publications, I believe, well, some of them will have come out in late 2021 and 2022. I don't have the exact dates of publication to hand, but many of them were published in 2021 and 2022.
So the effect of lockdowns from an anthropological perspective were available to government during the period under inquiry for our purposes.
That is correct, yes.
And do you know whether those reports were made available to government officials, or whether there was any acknowledgement of the contents of those reports by government?
I don't have any direct knowledge of the government in New Zealand acknowledging the contents of the reports.
Would you have expected that those reports would have been taken into account when further lockdowns were ordered starting in August 2021?
I would have hoped that they would have been read and that they might have been informing part of the pandemic planning, yes. Whether or not all of the implications could have been taken into account, given the speed at which a decision needed to be made in August 2021, is not something I feel I can speak to, because I don't have a clear enough understanding of the timelines involved in making that decision.
The reports that you provided must have involved many hours of work by yourself and the others who have given evidence today, and perhaps even more people. Was there any finance available for that exercise?
The work was entirely funded by my staff research fund that I get as an allowance as an employee of my university, which was able to cover the costs of administering the Facebook surveys. Other than that, it was supported by our salaries as tenured academics. For a couple of the postdoctoral fellows who joined the team, they were able to get some support from Auckland University of Technology, for which we're very grateful.
And how would you describe the independence or otherwise of the reports that you provided?
They're completely independent. We have no links to the government. We have no fixed agenda. We're international. We're interdisciplinary. Our only commitment is to reflect the truth as we see it in our survey data and to give voice to our research participants as best we can.
Can I now turn to Dr. Deckert? And could we, yes, thank you. Dr. Deckert, you've mentioned a couple of important points. One is the role of manaakitanga and kaitiakitanga in what was observed in the research. Can you just explain that for us, please?
So when I was referring to manaakitanga and kaitiakitanga, that was the approach that iwi took in the community. Sorry, it is midnight. In the community, Nick, help me out with the word, please. Checkpoints, community checkpoints. Thank you. So they established those, saying we're establishing the community checkpoints to protect our communities from the health threats of people traveling in and out of the iwi territory, but also in order to make or encourage iwi members to abide by the rules that the government had put in place in terms of the restrictions, because in some communities, trust in government authorities isn't necessarily high, but it is higher in the local authorities.
Second point that you mentioned was that in your four recommendations, the first one was that rules should be worked out in advance. Can you just expand on that a little for us, please?
Yeah, by that I mean that in order to increase the perception of the government or the police or any authority who's enforcing rules or asking people to comply, that if you have the rules developed way in advance, that you know the next pandemic might be coming, what will we do? And we put rules now in place of what we would do at that point in time and how we would roll it out and who is responsible, and then have the time in advance before a pandemic even happens to train the people who will be responsible, so that then the public has more trust. Oh, these people have been trained, they know the rules, and are more likely to comply if they're seen as authorities, because perception is very important when it comes to complying with rules.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions, and I haven't been advised of any questions from Commissioner Hill. So thank you so much, and especially for staying up so late to help us.
No, it was our pleasure.
Pleasure and an honour. Thank you
very much. Nick, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but can they still hear us on the Zoom? Or? Commissioners, we'll now turn to another two video excerpts from our people that are submitted through the public submission process before we then have a short break.
Kia ora, my name's Anna. I'm a 31-year-old mother of one living in Wakefield, Aotearoa, New Zealand, which is also where I was living during the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. I have congenital heart failure and am a high blood clot risk, which is why I was particularly frightened when I first heard about COVID-19 and its complications with blood clotting. So I have a malfunction on my myosin 7, which has ended up with me having left ventricular non-compaction cardiomyopathy, which is where my left ventricle doesn't compact as well because the fibers are built quite brittle. And it also means I have quite a lot of spongy tissue with trabeculation, which are like channels that blood gets caught in and coagulates and causes blood clots. It's not great. And I feel really lucky that we have such a great medical system that's taking care of me. Because I have a heart condition and COVID affects your cardiovascular system, my medical team was really nervous about me catching it. So I felt really lucky that they were even considering my well-being during a global pandemic. And they put me, you know, they were contacting me, letting me know when the vaccinations were available, where to go. I feel really lucky and valued. I guess in general, I was blown away at how consistent the messaging was. I feel like there was even a whole design campaign, the yellow and white stripes, the information was coming from trusted channels. I felt like I could turn on the news to the press briefings, you know, with Ashley Bloomfield or Jacinda Ardern, and I knew I was getting good information, and the information was consistent with what my medical team was telling me. Which again makes me feel really lucky because I know there was so much going on online and not every country had such a straightforward, cohesive messaging system. So being with a medical condition, I was top of the list for getting vaccination. So I got a call from my GP telling me where they were available and what times I could go get them. And it was really easy. I just went into the Richmond pop-up COVID vaccination centre. They were doing lots of testing and stuff at our local facility, but I think at the time the vaccinations were mostly being done at these pop-up centres. But it all went so quickly. My partner and my daughter, not being at risk, weren't at the top of the list, so they did have to wait a while. But yeah, it was just great just having it right there and ready. I was told right away. Yeah, I think it was really easy to go get. So my first vaccination experience was didn't go the way I was expecting. I was actually so excited because to me, at the time, we were not quite sure at the efficiency of the vaccine, like the effectiveness. We thought it might be like a polio vaccine, you know, you get 3 doses and you're good for life. So I'm thinking, hey, this is my pass back into the wider society. I won't have to worry about anything. I go in and I'm super jazzed. And when they put it in, it was like any other vaccine except for I started to feel it. Like if you've ever had a CAT scan or an MRI, I could like feel it. And at the time, this was my first mRNA vaccine, and I'm not sure how different they are. I didn't even think about how it should have just been in my muscles. So I'm like, oh, maybe it feels different. I'm like, wow, that's cool. I'd never felt something like that. And as it started to come back up towards my chest, I got like a rash and like, I think it was really low blood. I felt like I was going to pass out. I felt like weird taste. Like I felt really, really bad. And then obviously they were a bit nervous because that's not supposed to happen, and had me lay down and were taking my blood pressure, taking my vital stuff, called my partner. I was really scared when I realized that was not going well. I talked with my GP. They were looking into maybe a different vaccination like AstraZeneca, but the blood clot risk, I think, was higher or something. So they put me into the central system where there was like an adverse reactions like group watching stuff. And they set up an appointment for me at the hospital with other people who had either vaccine hesitancy or adverse reactions and needed a little bit extra observance. They talked me all through it because I knew I was super nervous because I wasn't sure if it was going to happen again. Now we know that it was probably hitting a capillary, so I just had them do the little back pull each time. And everything's gone smooth since. I do still have to wait 30 minutes instead of 15 for all my jabs now, but it's not so bad because I really like my pharmacist and he's nice to talk to, so it's fine. I think we really set an example for the world. I mean, there are studies that say we might have saved about 20,000 lives with our elimination response in the beginning, allowing people like me to get vaccinated before throwing us to the wolves. Most countries didn't do that, and it makes me feel so valued, and it has allowed me to continue living because you never know what could have happened if I didn't get vaccinated and ended up with COVID and having those complications. And now I'm still here. I'm healthy enough to be volunteering in my community, working, having a family, I feel really lucky. And I think it shows that at the time, the government we had really valued people over anything else. I mean, it was a really harsh cutoff. They cut off everything, and it was such a big, strong decision that they made without hesitancy because it was valuing life over anything else. They figured, well, we'll deal with other things as they come up. But right now, the most important thing to them was saving people. And I just feel so lucky. New Zealand should remember how much it means to people in the community to be valued and to have that consistent messaging. I think they did such a great job of having it clear and concise where the information's coming from, who to look for new information, and having all of it consistent across every region in New Zealand. You could visit places when we, were free to roam and know what their local rules were because there were signs everywhere. It was great. And I think that should be repeated for any major disaster we have at all. Pandemic to, serious earthquakes, having streamlined communication channels was key. I mean, that was game changing. I also think we just need to keep listening to experts. I think we did the best with the information we had at the time. I think now that we know how the vaccines, how it needs to be re-administered constantly, like a flu shot, there might have been some differences around who was required to get them versus who, just needs to stay home a bit longer and wait it out till people like me are able to get them. I think overall, though, they did the best they could with the information they have. And if we keep the base of that game and just alter it depending on, whatever new disease comes our way, I think we'll keep saving lives and we'll keep having a productive workforce because of it.
A break now. So could you, I realize there's one more scheduled.
My name is Rata Campbell.
Can we just pause the
my
video
son.
and just go take a break, and I'll explain the reasons for that in a minute.
My name is Rata Campbell. I live with my son Isaac and my husband Mark in Papamoa in the Bay of Plenty, and we had a pretty unique experience throughout the COVID response time, particularly through the lockdowns. Our son was diagnosed with leukemia in September 2020. It's quite a long period of treatment that we go through with that, so 2 and a bit years. So essentially we were going through the worst of that the whole time that we were also in the middle of the pandemic response here in New Zealand. So yeah, we have a pretty unique perspective to share, and lots of experiences that we hope can help shape our response for any time this happens in the future. The interregional travel that we had to do, it was significant. There was quite a bit that we needed to do because our lead oncology hub was Starship. And yeah, there was a lot of things that we couldn't do here in Tauranga that we had to do there to fulfill our son's treatment plan. The travel was quite straightforward. We felt very relieved that it wasn't a very difficult process. They kept it quite simple. Essentially, we just needed to be issued a letter from Starship with a sign-off from the lead paediatric oncology person there, the doctor. It was a fairly generic letter, and our nurse practitioner who we dealt with for all of our scheduling and all of our appointments, she basically just filled it in with the details that the police or anybody would need to know to verify that, yes, we are okay to be making this trip. Here is the reason for it. And, you know, our estimated days of travel and returning. And part of that too is we did have to do more testing, like RATS testing, to ensure that we weren't, you know, carrying COVID when we were passing through these points. So yeah, there was a little bit of extra admin on top of what we already had to do with the hospital appointments. But honestly, that was our life at the time, so it wasn't a big deal, and it was pretty smooth, pretty straightforward, and we never had a problem fulfilling our son's treatment, and that's all that really matters. There was a lot of, you know, trepidation for us as a family having to come and go from the hospitals, because actually we realised that that was probably one of the most vulnerable places for us to be, believe it or not. So it was quite stringent, the process to enter the hospital, both here in Tauranga, but also in Starship. Starship was a very well-run ship. We felt very safe. The DHB themselves, at the time, they had quite a good system to make sure that you had also registered your intended visit there. So you had to have text proof that you'd registered, that you'd logged what days you were planning to be there, and when you were planning to exit. So yeah, you got the impression someone had the ability to have really good oversight about your movements and others' movements. It's a lot. It was a lot of extra administration for us to do, but it was well worth it because, like I said, it was a very vulnerable time for us to be out and about, and it was often the only time, or one of the few times, that we were actually out in public per se. And of course, our son was extremely vulnerable throughout that period, given he was receiving chemo quite regularly and was often immunodepressed as a result. To be honest, I take my hat off to the teams here in Tauranga and the teams in Starship in Auckland there. We felt very, very well supported and very safe. Like most people, access to family support for any reason was challenging. It was difficult, obviously. For us, especially because my family are in Napier primarily. So we had another degree of separation by the regional distance. But again, we were in such a unique situation with our son going through leukemia treatment that actually, in a strange way, going through a pandemic response as well run as ours made it easier for us to manage the comings and goings of people and their access to our son, because we needed to do that anyway. We needed to keep him safe from not just COVID, but any bugs. There were things that were much lesser that were actually that put him at risk. Yeah, I think there's a lot to learn from this, and what a challenging thing to have to respond to. It's the only pandemic I've ever lived through, and I hope it's the last. I just wish people could be a lot more empathetic to the fact that this is something that's really, really out of the ordinary to deal with. I believe the response was it was bang on, taking on the position of supporting and tailoring the response around, people who needed it the most, our most vulnerable people in society, because that way, you're not leaving it to chance that they will be safe. And then you're actually making it better for people who don't even perhaps know they're in the vulnerable camp. It broadens the scope of who is going to be protected. It makes it the best possible response for the entire population to benefit from. And yeah, I think for next time, absolutely, we could look at maybe now consulting with those industries who were most deeply affected by lockdowns and by the mandates, so that we can develop a response that is mostly, agreed to by those sectors, with the safety of our wider population in mind. I think that's critical. It has to be from that perspective and not just financial or economic reasons. And because that's what this is. This is around a health issue, and it's about supporting the health and well-being of people first and foremost. So yeah, that consultation can be happening right now, and whether another pandemic happens in 10, 15, 20 years, it could be less, who knows, but at least then we've got, an agreed way forward that can help us to navigate around those more tricky and challenging parts that made people feel aggrieved and that, genuinely did make some people's lives a little more difficult. We empathise with that, and I think this is our opportunity to rectify that for next time.
My name is Anne Collins, and my overwhelming experience was positive. I felt very, very grateful that I was living in New Zealand. I felt that I had a government and a health workforce that really supported us and wanted us to live through it. Yes, well, I'm mild asthmatic, so I knew that if I did get COVID, I was at risk of being hospitalised or dying. Well, I felt that it was quite easy to be isolated from people with COVID. All the precautions that the government took made me feel very, very, very safe. And I like the way that they eased us out of isolation so that we were gradually able to do more and more. And the immunisations came much more quickly than I had thought that they would, and that was very reassuring. I was in there for the jab the first day it was available. Yes, well, I was very, very lucky because my daughter had come down to visit Michael because we knew he was very ill, and she stayed on in Ohope where I was living. She came from Auckland, and then when we went into lockdown, I couldn't have my friends come and help me look after Michael. I had night nurses employed, so that was not a problem, and the public health system could come, but the hospice had a room at a rest home that we could take him to where he'd have 24-hour-a-day care. And I was allowed to visit him as much as I wanted. Even though the rest home was in lockdown, the hospice rooms were accessible for family, for me, not my kids. He was only there a day and then he died the next night. The staff at the rest home were superb. They were absolutely wonderful, yeah. And the undertakers were amazing. I was allowed to go to the undertakers to make the arrangements and give them a rug to put on the coffin. And then the undertaker made a video of the funeral, and he drove the hearse all the way down to Ohope Golf Course, which was one of Michael's favourite places in the world. And all our friends lined up on the street and waved him goodbye. And that was really fabulous. It was really lovely. It was really sad, of course. We were all crying our eyes out, but we were all out in the open air, social distanced and everything. And then they buried him, but we couldn't plant his tree until we went out of lockdown. And finally, we planted the tree, which was absolutely superb, on the first Matariki holiday. So he was scooped up and put in the stars, the first Matariki holiday that we had. We were always going to have a private funeral and then have a memorial for him. And so we had a memorial a year after he died, and about 600 people came, and it was much easier having had a year of getting used to him having died rather than doing it straight away. The lucky thing for us was that we knew he was going to die, and he had already organised everything about his funeral and about his memorial. I think it would have been a lot harder if it had been a sudden death or something. It would have been pretty bad. I think we were very fortunate that we had such instant communication. I've got a degree in education, but with science as my teaching subjects. So I really love being having the whole COVID explain to me what the virus was like, and everything was very openly discussed, and we knew exactly what the dangers were and what we could do to keep safe if we possibly could. The people that were in essential services, I am just so full of admiration for them, because they took risks on our behalf, which were absolutely superb. They're outstanding. Well, a lot of those workers that we depended on so much are not being paid fairly, and I think that would, if I was king of the world, that would be number one policy for me, was to make sure that those people are paid adequately and we keep them and upskill them in case we have another crisis like this. The other thing that I would say is that we need much stronger regulation on social media. If you made a complaint to social media about misinformation, absolutely blatant lies that were spread around at the time of the epidemic, the platforms were incredibly slow to respond to any complaints, and often didn't do anything. So there are a lot of vulnerable, uneducated people who had the most horrific idea of what the vaccine did to you, for example. And yeah, it was, looking back at it, I think that was a major flaw in our system, that those, and the way that people got treated, like Dr. Wiles and Jacinda, and all those social media streams should have been blocked. They were disgusting, and they were basically lies. I think what the Labor government did was the business subsidies that helped an enormous amount. I think schools need to be prepared to do online teaching again as much as possible, to keep people informed as much as possible, and do what we did last time, value life above everything else. I think at the moment people are sort of lackadaisical about COVID and other things going on. Our immunisation rates are appalling, and we only need to get one really decent mutation, which it's capable of, being a single RNA, to wipe us again, to give us a good blat again. So we practice earthquake drills, we practice fire drills, we practice all sorts of drills, but I don't know that we're feeling very prepared for another epidemic.
session of the inquiry hearing. The next two witnesses are Barry de Geest and Sonia Hawia, present in the hearing room with us. I'll ask them each to introduce themselves first. Mr. de Geest.
Hi, I'm Barry de Geest. I have a physical disability. I've spent my life working in the area of disability. I realised early on that I had a voice and I should use that to support disabled people. So I've worked in various roles within government and the private sector, not-for-profit organisations, and in private business, running businesses over the last 50 years. And I've ended up here in Auckland, and I worked on the board of Kaikaranga, previously Taikora, as their chairperson as they redeveloped that service as my last job. And I also own a company called Renaissance Group that supports disabled people in the community.
Thank you. Ms. Hawia.
Kia ora and good morning. Thank you for having us. I'm Sonia Hawia, currently the Chief Executive for Kaikaranga, which is an NGO based in Auckland. Our primary work is supporting disabled people and their families to access disability support. As Barry mentioned, we have a parent organisation, Taikura Trust, which is 23 years old. Originally I'm from Hawke's Bay, Kahungunu is my iwi, primary iwi affiliation, and I'm grateful to be here today. Thank you.
And what does your organisation do on a day-to-day basis?
So on a day-to-day basis, we are an organisation that is contracted now by the Ministry of Social Development. Previously, the disability support system was supported by the Ministry of Health at the time of the COVID pandemic. That then transitioned to Whaikaha when the new ministry was established. And now last year, these disability support system is supported by the Ministry of Social Development. So we have a contract with the ministry to facilitate assessments and support people to access funded disability supports in this region. We support currently around 18,000 people and individuals in the Auckland region, and that also extends to their families, whānau and ainga.
And I understand that you have maybe 100 employees and you contract to providers.
That's right. So we employ just around 110 people, and the Ministry of Social Development has contracts with service providers. Barry mentioned one, hundreds of providers actually around the country, and then our role is to coordinate supports for disabled people based on the choice of services that they want to access from those range of contracts. So that's our primary role.
Thank you. So the focus in this hearing is the long Auckland Northland lockdown in 2021, but it sometimes helps to get there by going back to the March 2020 lockdown and the immediate impacts that had on individuals, people and businesses. So beginning with you, Mr. de Geest, what happened for you personally when the lockdown arrived?
I could see the lockdown coming with what was going on in China and the rest of the world. So I got my staff together and we developed a plan so that we would be ready when the pandemic hit New Zealand, so we could manage our clientele who were disabled people who had varying degrees of disability and needed varying degrees of support. So we had worked out a plan on how we would support them on a one-to-one basis without having to have a lot of people going in with them to support them. Personally, as a disabled person and someone that was born because of a drug, thalidomide, I was very unsure on how that was going to affect me personally, because there's still not a lot of knowledge known about thalidomide and how things affect it. So it was very worrying at the time on what was going to happen for me, and there was not a lot of knowledge or support from from health around how to support disabled people. There was no information online. There was nothing available for us. We were quite invisible. So for me, I set out, luckily I'm on a worldwide support group for thalidomide survivors, so I was able to get information from them, the people in England and that got the support earlier than we did, so I could learn off what happened for them. So they were my guinea pigs in a lot of ways, but it still didn't mean that I knew how it was going to affect me.
So you had some plans in place. Ms. Hawea, did Kakaranga have plans in place ahead of the lockdowns being announced?
So it was, as Barry said, quite an unknown about how things were going to, how things would roll out. We in Auckland stood up, and our team. I had two roles. I was sort of also leading the national sort of collective of needs assessment services, as well as managing our service back here. But it was really around thinking about what people were going to be concerned about. How could we provide assurance to people about where they could get information as it was coming out. We anticipated that people would be able to be concerned about how to have supports at home or where people needed to leave home for day services or various things they were doing. The impact on people's lives was going to be significant. So we did quickly stand up a team which continued through the COVID lockdown, looking at our information systems, connecting with the service providers to understand their plans, and sort of established our teams to be able to reach out and contact people. We felt that that was going to be really key, that we immediately stopped doing what we would typically be doing. Everything changed, and we planned for trying to provide that assurance and have information for people, reach out to people with information, as well as be able to be one source of information for as much as we could.
So some planning and some ideas of what was coming. How did it work in practice in the first lockdown, Mr. De Geest?
It seemed to go fairly well. Sonia and I would talk on a regular basis about what was going on with Kakaranga, and from my perspective with my own business, we kept an eye on what staff were being available. The good thing that happened for us was the Ministry of Health paid us our normal pays for the staff so that we could keep staff on to ensure that when the lockdown stopped, we were able to get quickly up and running again. But we were able to put a one-to-one on clients that still needed personal care or needed support, because a lot of our clients live individually in their own places, so it was quite isolating for people. So we either phoned them or we visited them and found out what their needs were, and were able to keep them going, so to speak.
And just staying with you, Mr. De Geest, what did you see when you visited people or contacted them? How was the lockdown impacting the lives
very
of
scary.
People?
They were terrified, actually, and we even have people today that still won't come out of their houses because of the terrifying effects of what they were told, what the media was saying, what other people were saying. So they still won't come out into the community because they're just terrified of what could happen. And for a lot of our clients, they are immune compromised with other issues as well. So for them, it has had a really big impact on their lives.
And Ms. Hawea, does that fit with your experiences?
Absolutely. People were very scared, and I think the immediate responses were phased around people protecting themselves. So the first real drive was around, as well as information and preparing to respond or provide information, was around PPE. So I think very quickly families were reaching out to find out where they could access PPE. So we started from doing some very direct to households, to families, because it took some time for those channels to be established and to reach into communities. So fear, anxiety, and so our focus was on what could we do to try and alleviate that anxiety, respond to people's immediate needs, sort of capture their questions about the future. But I think we didn't really have a sense of how long this was going to be, our reality as well. So it was the uncertainty.
So after lockdown, we had a period that has been described as relative normality, but there were people needing to be tested for COVID-19. How did that impact your communities?
In some instances, it was okay. Can I just add to what Sonia's talking about with the PPE? we actually found ways around it by using like gloves that you would have in your kitchen that you could wash each time, and aprons that people could use in the interim while we were waiting for the PPE to arrive. But none of that came from any leadership from health. It was our own initiative that actually kept people safe in that respect. Otherwise, when you're working personally with people in showers and stuff, it's very difficult to actually keep them safe if you're coming from the outside. So I think that was an initiative that we took that seemed to work really well. In the relative normality of in between it was mandatory mask wearing and stuff like that, and that affected me completely because as you can see, I don't have any arms, and wearing a mask was impossible because if I was in any situation, I couldn't take the mask off, and I used pens and things to push lift buttons or to communicate with. And so I was, in some respects, a pariah because I was one of the people that got away with not wearing a mask, and people looked at you in a way that was quite different. And in fact, in one of the large organisations in Auckland, I wasn't allowed in because I had an exemption from masks, but they still wouldn't let me in the door. So that normality wasn't normal at all.
So the masks were one real issue for people with disabilities. What about testing stations, that sort of thing?
Oh, yeah.
I would come back to that. I think the issues that we experience is looking across the disability community, families, carers and disabled people themselves all had such different experiences, and the methods of testing presented some real challenge for parts of the community. The nasal swabs were incredibly, it was just not possible for some people in the community to access that method of testing. So that just sort of built on the sense of the response is really not equipped to meet the sort of the different needs of the different people within the disability community. And really that was sort of that sense throughout that how could the different methods be adapted. We found some of those conversations happening locally about how those things could happen, and disability groups that were having leadership roles centrally to try and provide some advice around how to do those things differently. So access sort of throughout the program had different sort of faces to it, to the different parts of the response. And things like, as Barry mentioned, the mask exemptions or the mask mandate worked for some people in the community, but others it didn't work. So it's added to that sense of isolation within the community.
So if we move now to August 2021, and the newer Delta variant of COVID-19 has been found in the Auckland community for the first time, and we have another short level 4 lockdown, but then you people in Auckland, it goes on for much longer. What were the challenges of that ongoing lockdown?
There was a lot of fatigue with staff that were working with individuals because the word bubble keeps popping up around, keeping your bubble. But if you've got one staff member going to one client, that becomes very difficult because the one staff member doesn't get a break. So you've got to change the staff member, and of course what happens with that is that the client gets used to one person and he's on the tally, keep it within your bubble, and yet we may have to swap out one staff member for another. And that made it really difficult for people to accept. And the longer the lockdown went on, the more isolated disabled people felt because they were in their homes. There was no activities. A lot of disabled people are on low incomes. Like one of the things that I know you probably go over what could have been better, but just having entertainment that people could use to actually help them to be entertained, because we're a social animal, people are, and we had no way of having social activities for people. So they were getting very, very agitated, upset, anxious. They couldn't go to their doctors. I'm on type 2 diabetes, and I'm supposed to get blood tests every 3 months, but I couldn't do it, so they kept giving me, just prescribing the drugs, and yet I'm supposed to, it was critical for me to get blood tests all the time. So it just became a nightmare for everybody that had a disability, really.
Should I add to that?
Yes, what was Kaikorangi
Sure.
able to do during that time?
So what I would add, I think, that the changing of the settings and alert levels and then the introduction of the traffic light system later on, that was challenging to sort of plan and have some continuity. We know everywhere, but it was disruptive for families planning around supports and service providers, as well as Barry has said. So that was one of the challenges about moving in and out of the alert levels, a national issue. I think what we, as an organisation, the time of from the earlier lockdowns and changes, we were able to build off those foundations and actually go a bit deeper into what more could we do. By then, we'd really activated those community partnerships, and some of them will speak today, that became really critical to actually now tailoring more targeted, efforts to particular groups. As Barry said, some people who have become socially isolated, burnt out. Issues of real social cohesion and breakdown were really starting to impact in families, the tensions in households, because there weren't the usual outlets through education or being able to get out and about with other people really started to impact. So resilience and those factors, those psychosocial things started to show up and present really strongly. So being able to tailor those responses to go provide things more in home, so whether it was vaccination or food provision was significant, alongside the public health elements of the vaccination response, testing, PPE and so on, just ensuring people had their basic needs around food, able to cover utilities. Those things became ongoing priorities, became those focuses the longer that those lockdowns continued.
So you've mentioned vaccination, and of course the vaccines became available in about February 2021. From what time were your clients able to become vaccinated?
Shall I kick up on that one? So that was one of the initiatives that we really took on, that and the approach was about making sure that people were informed, because there were lots of mixed views, and there still are, about vaccinations and about vaccination mandates. So we took a role that it was about providing people with good information, and then when they made a choice, to make sure there were no barriers to those choices. So that became sort of the principles under which we developed our response, which was called Tiaki, which was to work with those information sources, make sure we were distributing those with partners as well and contributing to those. But then on the ground effort was about working closely with the vaccination centres, bringing visibility to access needs for the diverse disability population. And Barry was great at fronting that personally, because he could speak to his own journey around information for himself, but also invite others to look at the information critically and make their own decisions. And then if they made the decision, where they could go to get access to that vaccination. So we stood that out really quickly, promoted that online with the Minister at the time and community leaders, and that went really well in terms of lifting the vaccination rates for people who chose to do that. There was the willingness of those community partners to adapt their physical environments, their workforce, awareness around disability. There was a lot of things that really showed a commitment on the ground to reducing those barriers. The methods for delivering vaccinations, and then the further on from that, the further it went on, as we said, dealing with people's real fear about coming out into the community, was working with mobile vaccination services when they were stood up, and having them go into the homes of disabled people. So we felt some great results from using our information that we had, marrying that with health information to see where people had COVID, and then we could follow through. So that was quite an innovation that we also developed in conjunction with the vaccination and follow-up welfare sort of response to follow.
I want to add to what Sonia said, because I think she's been a bit too positive, and in the respect that when we went to the vaccination centres run by community groups were great, but when we got in touch with them and said, we've got people with disabilities that need to be vaccinated, we've got accessible loos here, people can come here, but for a lot of people they were vulnerable and couldn't make it, but there was no other. And then they had some of the mobile units going around, but again, you had to be you were around other people. So for a lot of disabled people, they didn't want to be around other people because of their vulnerability. And so it was up to us to actually come up, when I say that, Kaikarana came up with a plan on how we could go to people's places, but that never came from health, that never came from the government. It was actually us as a community that did it. It was our initiative, and in fact we paid for a lot of that ourselves through our own organisations, because there was no money available for transport or other issues, and we were never made aware of any funding available for people to go and do it.
I think that was one thing I'd add there, that the community partners that we knew really stepped forward who have shared and understood what we were trying to do with disability organisations, but also not specialist, the marae, the primary health providers, whānau order providers who did get some additional resourcing and were really willing to, partner with us to establish, those responses.
And South Seas.
Yeah, absolutely.
South Seas, what's their full name?
South Seas.
South Seas, it's a Pacific healthcare provider. They provided the nurses that came around and actually vaccinated people, and they were absolutely brilliant.
So, can I just take you back to something that you said at the beginning of those answers, that there was a range of views about vaccines within the disabled community? Could you step us through that range of views?
Some of the views were that it might make people's disabilities worse, that there was no real information that it was going to help people, that people were scared by taking it. Like myself, I was scared that if I took it, that it would make my condition worse. And it's bad enough as it is without making it worse. So, it's do you take it or don't you? It's a roll the dice situation without any information, and no one prepared to give you any information or talk logically. You ring the health lines and they don't know, because they're used to the normal questions from able-bodied people about it, not from the disabilities perspective. We were invisible, and we weren't treated with any sort of care around the normal aspects of how the pandemic was dealt with.
What was the understanding about the role of the vaccine in the public health response?
What's the understanding about the role? I think that it was about creating an immunity within the community that could grow over time, and this goal of creating herd immunity within our community that would then enable those settings to be relaxed. As that's my understanding of what, not a public health or a physician. My recollection of the information then was that was the goal, and so I think there within from my experience working within the disability community, there's always that sense about how is this information relevant to me. As Barry has, I think, really put really well, that it's a very diverse community with often health conditions as well as disabling conditions. So the nuance of that, the questions that people have, we just weren't able to answer, and we're really careful not to, answer questions or offer advice that we were ill-equipped and not skilled to provide. But there were others who did really focus on information for the community and people who were in disability leadership roles that could provide that information. I think at the time, health was also going through a major reform. So there was also the challenge of multiple voices, but not necessarily those voices coming through that could speak to the disability experience. There were voices there, some key ones at national level, but there was a lot of information and just difficult to sift through it for our particular communities.
The other thing is with the vaccination centres. I went to the one in Highbrook, and basically you were herded into a line, and when you're in a wheelchair it's very hard to distance, because people move forward and then they stop and you run into them with the wheelchair, and if you're blind you don't know when the line has stopped. So there was, in most places that I go to with other things, they have a separate line for disabled people to make it easier for people to be treated a bit differently because of their disabilities. But here it was the herd mentality. You just got in a line, and regardless of who you were or what you are, and if you're in a chair, you're sitting low, and you've got all the breath above you and people above you that you can't see, and you're quite crowded in, and none of that was thought of as far as getting vaccinated as well, or where to vaccinate me. Where do you put the needle?
Just coming back to the issue about information about the vaccines, and particularly for people with disabilities, where were people getting most of their information from?
We were encouraging people to go. I'm not sure whether people all went there, but we were encouraging people to go. We're the sort of official sources for information, and also to disability-specific organisations that had, because there are a diverse range of disability organisations that have a cultural perspective, that have a unique disability perspective. So we trusted them to have reviewed some of that information in terms of the context of their particular communities. Often there would be disability organisations, those for particular groups. And language was key, so it was really important that we were also able to facilitate that where we could, or connect people with organisations that had the cultural capability, the language capability to explain some very complex and confusing, medical information. It's a lot of misinterpretation of the guidelines often because of the language barriers, so it was key to connect people, know as much of that about ourselves, again connect people online with resources, but also to people they could speak to. I think we saw the importance of leaders, and I think that's why Barry's role and others, known people in the community, sometimes it would be a sports personality speaking to the messages. So I think the local communities knew what their neighbourhoods needed in terms of where they were likely to take information from. So it was very much a local response, but taking that information and trying to channel it through those trusted methods.
And I'd like to now ask you about the effects of the mandates on your community, the people having to be vaccinated for work and people having to be vaccinated to go places. So perhaps start with the workers. Ms. Hawea, did that affect your organisation?
Absolutely, yes, I'll start. Absolutely, in both ways. Obviously, I'll come on to talking about the people we support and the provider sector, of which Barry is also part, and how that had an impact. Yes, it did. I mean, the employee exemptions, all the elements that impacted on workforce obviously impacted on our organisation, and our goal was to first protect and safeguard our workforce so that they could be safe and well, and also so we understood what resource we had to support our community, our clients. So it certainly did, and we worked through those processes. I think we had done a lot of work around the pandemic itself, so we had strong engagement throughout the pandemic from the get-go with our workforce around PPE, around information, making sure people were getting that as it was coming through. So there was a lot of engagement with people about where this was going. And so I think there was the vast majority of people got on board with the mandate, and where there were individual situations, we worked those through. But there were situations where people were not comfortable, and so we worked through those with those individuals who were affected. And I think the outcome was, I hope, people felt like they were heard and their rights and choices respected, and we were able to find solutions that then enabled us to make sure people were safe and confident in what we could do to then continue our service. And certainly the mandate had, again, a significant impact in the disability support workforce inside families. I think, one of the features that I think the community is still trying to recover from, if I may say, is the shift of responsibility into families and into those households for care and support for a range of reasons: isolation, mandates, protective mechanisms, so that, and over a long period of time, that has been challenging for families. I think choices that people will make about who supports them anyway, is then adding this complicating factor into that mix, had significant impact. And so our role was to try and understand where service provision was at any one time, obviously linking with the ministry, and then where there were significant gaps or where the solutions needed to be found, doing our best, but options were very limited.
I think for a lot of our staff, they come to the work they do from a basis of really wanting to do this particular type of work. So for us, we had a good uptake of people doing the vaccination because they understood it. They're dealing with people that are vulnerable. I think, though, that there were still people that didn't understand, and they had their own view, and we were able to step them down and try and find other roles. Obviously, for us, we can't say work from home because they can't get the clients to go to their place. So it's not the same as having office workers or people that can actually go home and do the paperwork and that. But I think people were really quite understanding. We did have some that left the business because there was nothing else for them to do. They've since come back, which is really great. But it did make it very hard for people, not as bad as it is when you're disabled, but even when you're able-bodied, do you have it or don't you? And how does that affect you and your family?
All right, we've got just over a minute left. Starting with you, Ms. Hauia, if there's another pandemic, what do you think needs to be considered in decisions regarding lockdowns and vaccines that wasn't, in your view, considered adequately this time?
Really quickly, I won't take all the time, but I think that at the time that it came, I thought back to previous public health events. We'd had the bird flu, swine flu, others. We had Christchurch earthquakes. So there have been events where I think learnings can be, accumulated, and I guess we can only hope that there's some positive outcomes from that collective of knowledge and experience. I think the thing Barry and I discussed this is about ensuring that there is a dedicated part of the strategy and planning that is around the disability community. So proactively continuing to work on that, so not waiting for the inevitable, but actually having that start now and continue. And I think there are some local things happening, but I think having a system that is run by services with the skills to handle that, where health is a partner, public health is a partner, but not necessarily in the lead of a local response. I think that switching between sort of nationally led and locally implemented, I think that needs to be thought about, because communities are very pragmatic, they're very resilient, and they need to be involved from the beginning. I'll stop there.
Thank you. You've got 5 seconds, but take a little longer.
For me, it's looking at not just having a lockdown as we've talked about it being a blunt instrument, but no thought was given to the social side of how people were supported. It was more about, having borders and checkpoints and stuff, rather than saying, how can we entertain people because they can't go to the movies, they can't go out for dinner. And so I think that has impacted people considerably, and it still impacts people today. So I think if you've got something like this, you need to think of every part of the person's life, not just having a lockdown, but how people are entertained and keep their minds active and doing things that are really important. The Auckland Council does it now with at the emergency response. They now have a section with disabled people. They've brought that in, and I think that needs to happen at the same level with any pandemic or that, so that we're part of the solution, not the problem, that we actually help the solution.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, do you have any questions? I'm sorry that I've run you out of time to ask them.
Yes, so that's right. We can carry on for a couple of more minutes. So, Commissioner Kavanagh, do you have any questions?
I do have a question, actually. Mr. De Geest, I hope you don't mind if I ask you quite a personal question.
Not at all.
Okay, so my understanding is that your disability is a result of thalidomide.
Yes.
And that is a drug that was given to your mother in pregnancy?
Yes.
Which had the devastating unforeseen consequence of creating a disability in the child.
Yes,
is that
that's
correct?
right.
And so I'm interested in your vaccination journey. So the decision to be vaccinated or not must have been something that you thought about very, very carefully. And I wondered if you could just step us through that for us.
Certainly can. I'm married. My wife and I lived in our house, just the two of us, and we talked at length about whether I should get the vaccination or not, because they're still finding things about thalidomide that they didn't know and how it affects people. Like it wasn't the stopping of the growth of limbs, it was actually the nerves that were stunted which stopped the limbs from growing. So they're still trying to find solutions for what is thalidomide. We're in our 60s now, and so to take a drug that is unchecked, untested, because they wouldn't have tested it on disabled people to the extent that I am. And so it was, do I want to stay isolated for the rest of my life? Do I want to stay isolated during the pandemic? And the answer was no, because I wanted to see people supported. And so it was like taking a risk where you get the injection, close your eyes and hope for the best in the finish. But I still worry about it today, whether the injections I've had, are they going to affect me? And no one knows. No one can tell whether it's going to affect me or not. But it meant that I could carry on doing the work that we do, because it's so important for so many people. But I'll never know. When you hear about long COVID and things like that, I can't afford to have things like that because I have enough trouble.
Thank you very much.
Mr. De Geest, we've heard from other people that some groups suffered considerable abuse during the period that we're looking at. Is that something that you can comment on in relation to people who suffer from disabilities?
Yes, we have people that have hidden disabilities. So they're up the street, you wouldn't know if they had a disability. So they might be mask exempt or have other reasons for not getting the vaccine. And of course people think they're just being obstinate or trying to get away with not wearing the mask. So abuse was quite common for most people. I felt it, and I'm visibly disabled, but for people that had hidden disabilities, it was huge. And the number of people we had crying because they'd been uptown or done something and they were being abused by people saying, put your mask on, think of us, so there was so much of that sort of abuse that happened. Hey?
Just, you can decline to answer this question if you want to, but are you able to give us any personal examples of abuse directed at yourself?
There was a situation with, and I don't know if I should mention it, but it was Sky City not letting me in. I wanted to go in the door and up the lift, and on the first floor they had people with no masks on, and yet they wouldn't let me go in, in the lift to the first floor. And people said to me, "Why don't you just put the mask on and go up?" I said, "Well, it's a point for me that what happens if there's a fire? What happens if I get in the lift and the person next to me has a heart attack? I'm sticking to my guns because it's my independence, it's my hands. Before I got the hand I've got now, but for me it was, my mouth is what I use for hands. And for other situations, you would see people looking at you and saying, "Put your mask on." I got it one time from somebody on the train. I got it at Middlemore Hospital, where someone said, put your mask on, and wouldn't let me into the hospital because I didn't have a mask, and I got my ID out and they were okay then. But it was that sort of abuse that people get, that they don't understand. They don't understand disability a lot of the time anyway, but it made it worse when you were identified as somebody that was different within the pandemic.
Thank you so much. Back to you.
Thank you. We'll take a short break while we get the next witnesses in place. Thank you.
Kia ora, Commissioners. We're going to follow on from that session with a further session, this time hearing from Cherie Crawdon from Disability Connect, and herself also a family carer, and Tania Kingi from Te Ropu Waiora. And I'll start by asking each of those, our witnesses, to introduce themselves. So Cherie, starting with you, would you be able to tell us who you are and a bit about your background, please?
Sure. Thank you for having me here. I'm Cherie Crawdon, I'm New Zealand European background, and I live in Karaka, South Auckland. My background for disability lived experience started 21 years ago when my son was born with a rare disorder called pentalogy of Cantrell. This resulted in him staying in hospital, mainly for breathing conditions, for a period of 2 years. And then we came home in the community and used supports within the community. During that time, I've been his primary carer, as he has really intensive support needs. And that period we have used in the last 10 years individualised funding, which is a lot of what I want to talk about, the difference with disability today. Thank you.
Kia ora. Tania.
Kia ora mai tātou. Ko tēnei te mihi ki a koutou te tira arai uruta. He mihi kau ana ki a koutou I hara mai ki tēnei hui. Ki a koe, Sheree, pai ki a ki te koe. Ko Tania Kingi ahau, e uri o ngā tiawa ngō ngaitai o te arawa hoki. He mema o te rōpū waiora, he whānau haua hoki. Just to acknowledge your important role you have here today as the Commissioner and acknowledge everyone that's been here. My name is Tania Kingi. I come from an organisation called Te Rōpū Waiora, and I stem from a number of iwi, a number of waka. I live here in Tāmaki Makaurau. Kia ora.
Tania, just before we move on from you, would you be able to tell us a little bit more about Te Rōpū Waiora and the work you do, as well as yourself?
Sure. Well, firstly, I'll give a description of what I look like for our people who might be online. So I'm about 5'7". I wear a moko kauai, and I'm dressed in black with a black cap. I call my hair silver grey, and a mark of wisdom, but that doesn't always sit well with my family. I belong to an organisation called Te Rōpū Waiora, which is a fairly unique rōpū. It's founded and governed entirely by whānau with impairments. We provide services not so much as a funded provider, but more or less connecting our community into existing services. We play a very strong advocacy role, have appeared before the Waitangi Tribunal on around 8 different cases that impact on our community. And our area of specialisation, I guess, is understanding the traditional Māori concepts of impairment and making that comparison with Western concepts of disability. So we spend a lot of time working with organisations, ensuring that they understand how there are different concepts and how to work with that.
Just to follow on from that, Tania, one of the concepts that I know you might be willing to talk about is the concept of whānau haua as a concept of disability from a te ao Māori lens, I wonder.
Sure. It's not an easy concept to describe, but disability as we understand it, and especially from a policy point of view, is quite an individualised concept. So the term tangata whaikaha refers to people with disabilities. We use the term whānau haua, which refers to the whānau who absorb the challenges of what disability may bring, but also absorbs the skills and the benefits of members who have impairments. So I'm before you today as a whānau member of this community, and most of Te Rōpū Waiora would probably refer to the term whānau haua as opposed to tangata whaikaha. So just so that we understand that there is a difference. And it's people's choice as to how they refer to themselves.
Thank you. Now I want to turn to one of our major focuses for today and for this commission, which is the experience of during the lockdowns. And I wonder if we could start with a brief discussion of the early part of the pandemic before we come to the focus of our particular kaupapa, which is the last half of the pandemic response, or the longer lockdown in 2021. But starting with you, Cherie, would you be able to take us back to the beginning of 2020 when COVID arrived and we went into the lockdown, and just tell us briefly about your experience and that of your family at that time?
Sure. So in 2020, we had supports at that time that included overnight care for our son because he was on BiPAP and using oxygen overnight. Plus, we also he had specialist support at school. He went to a specialist school, so he had a teacher aide. Because of his breathing condition, we'd lived most of our life washing our hands and being very careful in crowded areas anyway. So when COVID arrived, one of our big concerns was that if he got it, he would die. It was just as simple or as blunt as that. He's been vaccinated for RSV, all the other sorts of respiratory things that were going on. So we were very cautious, and worried about what could happen to him if he got COVID. So we were just grateful that the country was taking a step to, go into lockdown. That was the first stage. We did feel like that then, yeah.
Good. And just before I moved to Tanya, after we came out of lockdown, but still before we got to the 2021 lockdown, so when we were out of lockdown, what was your experience like during that period?
I think because other people still mainly had fear about COVID, I think a lot of people respected the wearing of masks and things, which was really important for us. But eventually that eroded, and it wasn't really life back to normal for us anyway. Like it didn't feel like that. I just felt like we were still actually protecting ourselves from the outside world, if you like. And actually having to go back to work or be with other people for the rest of us in the family just meant we were probably going to introduce bugs into the house. So it was quite a frightening thing. Yeah.
So did that mean you stayed away from work?
Yeah, we pretty much, if we had to work, we worked.
Yes.
But fortunately my husband was able to work from home. My role was retail at that time, so I just didn't work, yeah.
Tanya, if I could turn to you for a moment, I wonder if you could similarly take us back to the beginning of when COVID arrived and how both you as in a whānau hoa capacity and also with Te Rōpū Wai order, how things changed for you when COVID arrived.
I'm having a bit of trouble hearing you, so if you could. So as a whānau and part of this community, right from the start, we weren't well informed, and so didn't fully comprehend as a community what was happening and what was about to happen, and therefore we weren't properly prepared. I mean, it's fair to say that many people didn't really grasp what was happening, but there are some communities often that are not provided with appropriate and adequate public information, and how they function as a community is unknown or largely ignored by decision makers who are responsible for informing the public. And this is an ongoing reality for whānau hoa as a population. So on the weekend before the first level 4 lockdown, Māori deaf leaders from all over the country travelled to Tāmaki Makaurau to prepare for their first Waitangi Tribunal claim. While the rest of the country was sorting out their bubbles and stocking up on toilet paper and learning about COVID, on that weekend the most influential leaders in this community were otherwise occupied with a different kaupapa to COVID. And in all the panic, at Te Ropu Waiora, we had forgotten that they were coming to our office. They had booked our office for this meeting, and we had closed our offices to work from home. And then they turned up. About 25 Turi representatives from all around the country. And after talking with them, we realised how little they knew about COVID. So on that day, we as an organisation had to change gear. We contacted other Hoa community leaders and found similar situations. So rather than just responding to what we were being advised, we started to look at how we were being advised. We began to analyse languaging in terms of the meanings of words being used, communication methods being adopted, Māori relevancy on the information, disability access, who was providing the information and to whom. And all of that was against the backdrop of whānau and community awareness and response. So the government's efforts to quickly keep the public updated didn't include how to effectively communicate with whānau Hoa. These communities were often informed, they weren't informed at the same pace as everyone else. Often they were missed out completely. Neighbourhood pamphlet drops in the week leading up to the lockdown served no purpose for whānau kāpō or whānau hinengaro. Those with vision impairment and those with learning disabilities. Sign language interpreters were finger spelling completely new words because the sign and the meaning for those words hadn't been created. There were people in our community who, for a long time after the first lockdown, understood a bubble as an air pocket surrounded by fluid and not as whānau confined to households in lockdown. So a new language was created, dominated by English medical terms. But someone forgot to let our communities know so that we could make sense of, in meaningful ways, of what this language was and what it meant, and then prepare properly for this thing called COVID.
So if we move then from that early days to then we've been living with COVID for 18 or 15 months, or 18 months, and then we arrive in 2021 and a new strain. We have Delta that circulates for the first time, and I wonder if you could speak to that period for me, and in particular how you responded at the arrival of Delta and the announcement of a new lockdown. Cherie, I'll start with you.
I just skipped back at the beginning.
Yes,
I realised I didn't say that I worked for Disability Connect and the role that they played. So they are a disability information advisory service for Auckland, and basically cover Greater Auckland for pan disability, and also I'm board chair of a complex care group who look after people with intensive support needs. So while I'm largely speaking about things that have affected our family personally, during that first 2020 lockdown, I wasn't working at Disability Connect, but I was in touch with a lot of community, especially with those with really very, very high health, behavioural or disability needs. So while personally I felt able to cope with getting things going for my family, I was very stressed myself, but also very aware of the way we communicated through social media rather than what the government was telling us, because a lot of the time there was not specific enough instruction for people that were caring for people in their own home, because it was all targeted at what providers do, what the organisations do, rather than what the families do who are caring for their disabled child or adult child in the home, and those people like ourselves who have to recruit their own carers and manage their own carer pool. So now you'll have to ask me that question again, because I missed that at the beginning, and I think it's important.
It is.
Yeah.
And just before we move on from that, you mentioned being aware of social media connection during that time. And is it right that you also administered a Facebook group that particularly connected people during that time?
So there was a group that's still going now,
Yes.
iFunds and individualised funding users, which is a lot of families and also some disabled people. But the public don't often know what individualised funding it is, but the government gives a budget to the family or the disabled person directly via a needs assessment, which Kaikaranga or Taikura that were here before in Auckland administer that. And then the family or the disabled person manages that, the staffing that comes along with that. So there were a lot of people that a parent becomes an employer in that respect. And those people did not have support to answer the question, where do I get my COVID leave from? How do I pay this person? Because we're not, we're handling, I have 5 employees. Some people might only have 1 person. They didn't know what to do. And the information that was given out was totally inadequate for that situation. We didn't have anywhere to turn, so we turned to each other, which, can be good and sometimes not so good. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll come back then to where I jumped ahead to before. But so if we now look at the beginning of the August 2021 lockdown, and we quite suddenly entered a new lockdown in Auckland, and I wonder if you could tell us about that, both how you responded at the beginning and then how that might have changed over the course of the lockdown.
Well, I would like to use foul language. As much as I wanted to protect my own family, and that includes my mother and father-in-law, because older people were compromised, I knew how difficult it was going to be for us. My son also has intellectual disability. He's non-verbal. He has autism. He hit the jackpot to get all of those things, but he did not understand why he couldn't have his normal routine. And I know from other families there are so many people out there, especially with autism, that this was a real problem during that period of lockdown, not knowing day to day what's coming next and not being able to give any sort of time reassurance. A really big thing for us was we lost 2 of our very long-term carers that had been with us 10 years. It wasn't necessarily over vaccine mandates, but it was over keeping their own health in check. And we, as a family, and other complex families would have a similar thing, would have somebody coming in for a shift and then somebody else going, and then they're going back to their family, and they didn't want that interaction either with us or to put themselves in danger. Those people leaving made it really, really difficult. We couldn't use an agency and say, oh, just send us somebody else. That is a totally different situation. So that meant the impact on our family was to be doing those hours. In the case of my husband, he was working from home. Working from home doesn't mean that you can all of a sudden jump in and look after your kid. So that was predominantly left to me. I think it was an awful time, to be honest, because we have to be awake at night for our son's care. I don't think people understand that you can't work 24/7. It's not about just sleeping when he sleeps, in our case. So, I'm going to say dark days.
Take your time. There's no rush. No.
You can talk to Tony while I gather myself.
Absolutely.
Gosh, I kind of have to go back a little bit to that whole beginning. And there were 2 things to note: fear and the obligation to act. And that completely changed the dynamics of our community. So, the lack of Māori relevant, accessible and credible information meant that the fear factor just totally overwhelmed so many whānau. Some turned to their online groups to get information. And, there were global communities springing up all over the place on social media with some pretty bizarre theories. And among whānau turi especially, the reliance on social media and all that comes with it was alarming. Our first call out was from Makuia, an elderly woman. Her son had seen a post about people lining up outside gun shops in America to protect themselves and everything they had stored up for COVID. So he'd got hold of a hunting rifle and was guarding their house. She didn't know sign language, and he had mental health issues. We knew her son, and so we were able to diffuse the situation. It sounds quite extreme now, but there were numerous situations throughout COVID that could have erupted into violence, and tangihana was another. So if we look at how iwi changed tikanga to farewell their dead during the Spanish flu, we would have managed tangi a lot better. Without the destruction to whānau relationships, imposing changes to cultural practices without involvement from those who the tikanga belongs to is incredibly unwise. We turned funeral directors into tangi police who decided who could attend farewelling their dead and who could not. Marae became referees and gatekeepers at different points along the COVID timeline, while the fallout among whānau, we still feel it today. If we understand the concept of tangihanga, then we realise the extent of that damage. And it's just the opposite to whānau ora, with much wider consequences. In terms of carers, there was panic across the disability sector as paid carers were caught between whether they join their own bubbles or whether they remain with their clients. And in the absence of care teams, many whānau were totally confused and had to assume the role of carer without the training, the knowledge, or the resources to do so. So decades of replacing whānau roles with contracted services came to bear during COVID. And the majority of support organisations closed their doors to the public. So neighbours, friends, whānau were urged to check on and help vulnerable members in the community. In contrast to that, though, a number of Māori and Pacific organisations became highly visible in the community. They were delivering packages and PPE gear and food parcels, calling on households. Not only were they the most present group across Tāmaki, but they were also support to everyone who needed it. So the notion that kaupapa Māori organisations are only suited for whānau Māori was clearly and publicly dispelled during COVID. I mean, these organisations were the first to set out on the streets and neighbourhoods during the week and during the weekends, and some of them are still continuing that work today. The obligation, I think, of Māori and Pacific communities to serve beyond their contractual obligations is strongly embedded in the principle of mana, and that wasn't well understood by those who made decisions around COVID. And those groups often do not have the disability competency or experience to sufficiently engage with whānau haua. And Pākehā organisations lack the cultural safety to be able to engage with our communities. So now you had a population that had nowhere to go. Kaupapa Māori organisations weren't accessible, Pākehā organisations weren't culturally safe. And so we have a lot to learn from that situation around how we ensure communities and leaders help to design what should in fact be happening. But this was a situation that existed before COVID, and it happens still today, more so under this government. But what we're able to do, I think, is reconsider how we utilise the skills and the leadership of our communities.
I will come later to pick up on those points about what that might look like in the future. But just before we move on from looking specifically at the lockdown period, I just wanted to ask whether there was any comment about particular restrictions at different alert levels or any of the particular rules that were applied. Did any of these provide particular challenges to either of you?
Definitely. During that period, one of the, when we had the Auckland in lockdown, but Waikato wasn't, we had staff members that lived in Tuakau, and we were living in Takanini at the time, and it was designated that they couldn't cross the border to come to work. I had to find my way around a system that told me that I had to get an exemption because they're essential workers, but that I'm not recognised as an employer, but I am an employer and I'm not an organisation, and it was just all like nobody wants to talk to you, and really difficult to find a solution. When I found a solution, then I shared the solution with other people that were having similar issues. And the other really crazy thing for me was that our son and many in the complex community use out-of-home respite facilities, and these were closed during the lockdown. And respite is a break from caring for the parents, and when you're forced to be in your home 24/7 with all of the family there, as well as your disabled child, they're trying to work or do classes or whatever, never having a break was crazy. And my common line with this was a liquor shop could be open, but they closed respite. I just cannot understand the mentality behind that. It really devalued what families were doing. People were outside clapping for nurses. No one was clapping for the parents that were doing this job, and largely did this job before COVID as well. So those were two things that were really big things, for us.
And is it fair to say that compounded on the loss of carers that you spoke about earlier, as in the lack of other help coming into the home, as well as
absolutely.
A lack of respite?
Yep.
Thank you. I want to come back to where Tanya was taking us to the sort of future-looking things. But just before we do, I want to, if we can, just quickly touch on two other topics. And one is looking at the impacts of this lockdown period. I wonder if you had any other comments about the impact both then and whether there are any impacts that you're still feeling today, or any enduring effects of that period for your both of your roles.
Most definitely. Like a lot of families that we're still speaking with, like in my current role, have anxiety, mental health issues, problems with being out in the community, not feeling safe. There's, like, personally, my husband left his role to assist me at home. Our whole financial situation has crumbled, and I know we're not alone in that. I think another impact we've felt is, of course, over vaccinations, and the who did, who didn't was important for us. And I just really feel like a long-term impact is that at the beginning people were kind, but people were so frustrated that that kindness is not there now, and it's like now everybody just thinks, well, it's your own problem, you deal with it. So I feel very burdened by that. Yeah.
Yes, Tanya, what was the question? In terms of the impacts of this lockdown period and the COVID response period, are there impacts that you feel still exist within your community and for your role today?
I think the fear factor continued, and that was really around safety. So similar to what Sheree was saying, whānau members imposed their own lockdowns even when they were lifted, and that was to keep themselves safe. And I think as we progressed through to the end of it all, there wasn't an end. In fact, there still isn't an end. The fear of being a community that has underlying health issues, the risk of the mortality rate. And I mean, the mortality rate with COVID is really an interesting feature. And it's interesting because, I mean, I'm a researcher by profession. What I couldn't understand was the count. So, I mean, if you're trying to put mechanisms in place for populations to make sure that everyone is safe, there are particular mechanisms that you need to put in place that are specific to certain populations. But that's driven by the count. You have to count them to know how big the population is. You have to count them to know what their health status is. But if you don't count them, you don't put a policy in place. You don't put strategies in place. You don't put the resources behind that community. And that's what happened with our community. We had a meeting with, at the time, Counties Manukau District Health Board. And that was, I think, October 2021. We went to them and said, where's your strategy for the Māori disability community? And their response was, we have a strategy for Māori health. We have a strategy for disability. We don't have a strategy for your community. And even though we had said to them, health providers aren't necessarily disability accessible, and the disability strategy doesn't address kaupapa Māori cultural competency. So what needs to happen as far as this office is concerned? So what they ended up doing was they sent us 13 pallets of hand sanitizer, tissues, a whole lot of stuff. And we didn't know how to deliver them across Tāmaki Makaurau. Interestingly, we contacted Cherie's organisation along with Barry and Sonia's organisation and a number of marae. And we said to them, look, we've got to get all this gear out to all of these people across Tāmaki, and we've got 4 people in our office, all of whom have impairments, and one van. And these keyboard warriors in government departments had punched a delivery order and sent us so many pallets, we couldn't even get into our office. The trucks had just dropped them in front of the doorway. So in a panic, we ended up running around to everybody that we knew and asked if we could have a hand to get this stuff out. What we learned from that is that collaboration goes a hell of a long way. But communities can collaborate quite easily. We have a commonality of purpose, and we might have different ways of approaching things, and we might have different cultures that will drive our belief systems. But when that kind of situation happened, we amassed the people in our community to go do the deed, and they did it. The problem that we had was the dysfunction among government departments. They became quite territorial, and they did it in different stages. So at the beginning of COVID, we had a bit of trouble trying to get government agencies to collaborate with themselves. And then we started to see the change as COVID sort of took hold. But as the lockdowns were lifted, behaviours started to appear again, and they got territorial all over. So us trying to get funding from a number of government departments, we stood up a site, the first site in the country, and in fact I would say the first in the world, that was a disability accessible, culturally competent online forum to put government department information on COVID into te reo Māori, into te reo Ngāwari, which is a easy version of English for people who don't have te reo, in sign language. And we took all of their information and we translated it. And then we asked them for lists of organisations to put on our site so that whānau could identify who they could go to for different supports. We had a hell of a time getting those lists from different government departments. They got quite authoritative around the lists of groups. We eventually did get them, and we got thousands. So we had to do a data cleanse of the list of organisations that MSD had, the list of organisations that the Ministry of Health had, which were even different to the lists of organisations that each DHB had, and all of the different government departments. So it wasn't our job as a small kaupapa Māori organisation to data cleanse the information that government departments hold so that whānau knew who they could contact to get some support. And that probably was the biggest, a real graphic example of some of the behaviours around agencies. Happy to send us all these pallets and get us out there running around delivering. But to give the information to whānau around who are the services that are in your area, and this is what they do in disability, Māori relevant language, they started this kind of, we need to hold this list, what do you need it for, you need to go to this government department, or you need this permission. So yeah, that I think flavoured a lot of the work. It certainly wasn't about dysfunctional whānau, or whānau who are hard to reach, which is kind of the description that we heard a lot of the time. The dysfunction is around fragmented, isolated practice of government departments who are very territorial about how they fund, where their resources need to be placed and who they share that information with. It took COVID to free that up, but it only happened for a small time. And then as soon as the restrictions were lifted, they resorted back to that behaviour.
Now, just before we move on, I'll just check with commissioners. You'll see on these lovely clocks in front of us that we've run out of time, but if it's possible, I would like to just touch briefly on vaccine mandates with these.
It's very important, so yes. Let's proceed for, say, another 10 minutes.
Thank you. I will then jump to talking about the, I wonder if you would both mind commenting on the vaccine requirements. Cherie, you mentioned that as being one of the impacts, the who did and who didn't get a vaccine. But picking up on that, if you could tell us about how vaccination was viewed generally, and then in particular whether there was impacts from the mandates that required certain workers to have to be vaccinated.
In our own situation, it was a very quick decision to be vaccinated because we're pro that. And within the groups that we were, I was involved in online, there's very different opinions about vaccinations to the point that we decided to abandon any vaccination talk. That was off grounds because it was too controversial with different opinions, that we would just focus on how to deal with government or organisations and look after our families. As far as with our workers, we had one carer who would not get vaccinated for some reason because his wife was pregnant, but I never quite worked it out exactly why, but that meant he had to stand down. We also had probably situations that I heard of that particularly one family that I recall whose main carer, who did like 40 hours a week with their child and had worked with them for a very long time, absolutely refused to have vaccination. And the family would rather have had her working in the home unvaccinated than having no carer. And that was the position quite a few people were put in. And the other thing that was really common within our, like the complex care group particularly, was that in 2020 and 2021, family carers were able to be paid, and the legislation actually changed so that family carers, not just those with very high needs, could be paid like any other carer. But if a family member chose not to vaccinate, they were not paid. But do you think they were not doing the work? I mean, who was going to be looking after the child? So it was one of the more ridiculous situations. They were going to be living with that person, being cared for by that person, but basically the government was going to save money by not paying them. And the other situation was as far as returning back to school, whether the kids were vaccinated. That was quite a big thing in our house, that whether the teacher aides had been vaccinated or not vaccinated, and what the messaging was around that. Yeah.
And just to expand on, when you say that was a big thing in your house, is it concern about the safety of your son in that situation? Or
And very much so. And we had a lot of resentment towards the school because we also felt like the teacher aides had been, sitting at home, still getting paid, their COVID allowance, while the government wasn't actually paying the people doing the work, caring for those people, because, this is off topic, but specialist schools did not provide, in our case, online material. We got a cardboard box of some colouring. It was the most ridiculous situation. There was nothing like a comparison to my daughter who went to, a mainstream school. So, that was, I don't know, sorry I got off topic, but worth mentioning.
Yeah, thanks. Tanya, do you have comments on the...
Yeah, I'll probably go off topic too. I've forgotten the question. But what I did want to raise was the platform that we had developed called Pairangi, which was where we put a whole lot of information in a whole lot of government departments. Yeah. We also utilised that forum to try and provide more context to vaccinations. So we invited Māori doctors in particular and clinicians, those that had worked in our communities, to come online and work with our communities so that we could do something about the vaccination rates, at least to the point where people could be informed better than what they were. And you know, we like Cherie's community and everyone else, we needed people to be vaccinated because of the underlying health issues that our community had, but we didn't want to be the sort of flag wavers of you should go get vaccinated among our community. We knew that that would put them offside straight away because it was pretty entrenched. The belief of not being vaccinated was pretty entrenched throughout pockets of our community. So the only way that we could respond was to use Pairangi as a platform to bring these clinical experts in to talk directly to our communities. And what was interesting about Pairangi was that we had developed it specifically for the Māori disability community to be able to access information. What we hadn't realised was that people all over the world started to use Pairangi. We had 58,000 hits in the first month that it stood up, and people were coming from all over the place, and that was because the information was simple. It was culturally relevant. It was in the 3 languages that are official in this country. It was completely disability accessible. So the take that we got from that was that if you design something and the benchmark is our community, then it's accessible to everyone. So this must be the place where you need to start the design for all of those out there. And Pairangi certainly taught us that. I mean, we knew it. We knew that if our information was accessible, then everybody would be able to utilise it. But it really was amplified during Pairangi. I think, though, that the work that's needed around education has to be diverse enough for people to relate to it. And it was similar to, the same thing about bubble. We had whānau that thought that Delta was an airline for quite a period after the Delta virus hit our shores. And when you've got information that's coming out as quickly as it was, and it was gunky stuff, there was I have an academic background and I can speak Māori and English, but I was sitting there thinking, what on earth does this stuff mean? How are we going to get this out to our communities for them to be able to digest it and then make decisions around their own care? So I think the lesson in all of that is really languaging, and the people who use the languages need to be involved. The communications, and we have so many different ways of communicating throughout the whole disability community. There are experts, and they are the whānau, and the people who use those platforms every day should have been involved in how we get our people informed, how we get them to a point that they can make a decision and not impose those things on them, because straight away you're going to have resistance, and we saw a lot of that.
That's a nice segue to just a final comment that I'll ask for both of you on things that could be useful to learn from this experience in helping us prepare for pandemics in the future, or if the government's in the need to respond to this sort of situation again. that seems to be one example of focusing on languaging, but I wonder if you have some final comments on what the best, if there's anything in particular that you think would help us be prepared that would, for pandemics in the future.
Yeah, it's a very complex, wide question.
Go with the top thought.
I think that the issues that we experienced during COVID were issues that have been embedded in our society for a very long time. They were just amplified by COVID. So the idea that whānau who look after their members, who know themselves so well, should have been in the decision-making realm, to when we do these things. And the idea that clinical experts and government policy writers can make those sorts of decisions in isolation, I think speaks for itself now that we've gone through this. The reluctance, though, to involve community leaders that are well-respected, organisations that have certainly done the work out there, I'm not sure where that comes from. I think it needs to be challenged because there's collaboration. I mean, it's an often overused word, but boy, that's the real genuine collaboration that can exist in situations like pandemics and COVID. The gains that you get from that, when everyone can own the solution, when everyone can bring their communities with them, where you sit and debate helpfully what might be happening and what could be done. Those were missed opportunities that we don't want to see reoccur.
Thank you. Cherie,
yeah, I think there was some good things that Disability Connected during the pandemic, where they enlisted like a paediatrician to talk about vaccinations within our community, which people already trusted the paediatricians that we brought on board, that sort of thing. So it's probably in line with what Tanya's saying. It was a very authoritative, this is what's happening, rather than let's work. You guys are already, like for us, we're already in the information and advisory service. We've got the database, we know our people, like let us actually work with you instead of like just either under-resourcing or not helping to get that through. I think it's not just about the pandemic in that respect. So it's a bigger issue in the pandemic to get the trust from government that community can work well with disabled people in whānau. But that's what I think needs to happen. That's the big thing. As Tanya said, like there were times, organisations work together, and we're all going to have different needs, but it's proven that we can do that, and it's just a real shame not to harness that and carry that forward now into what is a crumbling disability community. Yeah.
On that note, I'll ask if...
I don't. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You don't probably appreciate how valuable your contributions are, but we do. And those contributions are enormous. So thank you so much for taking time to come and talk to us.
Thank you.
that. Don't have to preach converted.
Yes, that's right. Preaching converted. Are you at the clinic?
Welcome back, everybody. Today, this session is three general practitioners speaking to us about their experiences during COVID. I'm going to introduce Dr. Bolden, Dr. Chambers and Dr. Betty and ask them to explain to you where they work, what they do and their experiences during COVID. Dr. Bolden, please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Fiona Bolden and I currently work as a rural GP locum, contracting via NZ locums. I'm also chair of Hauora Tai Whenua, the Rural Health Network. During COVID, I was working at Whangamata Medical Centre as a rural GP locum contractor, and again, I was also chair of Hauora Tai Whenua, the Rural Health Network during that time.
Dr. Bolden. Dr. Chambers.
Kia ora koutou. Yes, Angus Chambers. I'm a GP in Christchurch, and at the time of COVID, I was and still am a owner-operator of a both combined general practice and urgent care centre, and so we're seeing our own enrolled population, but also a wide variety of drop-ins from around our district. At the time, I was also the chair of the Primary Health Alliance, which is a now defunct organisation of a number of community and medical organisations allied together.
Thank you. And Dr. Betty.
Kia ora. Brian Betty. I work as a general practitioner in Cannons Creek in East Pararua. I'm also chair of General Practice New Zealand, the national peak body for PHOs. During COVID, I was essentially medical director at Pararua Union in Cannons Creek in East Pararua, servicing the mainly Maori, Pacific and refugee population in East Pararua. I was also medical director of the Royal New Zealand College of General Practitioners during that time.
Thank you, Dr. Betty. Now, one of the purposes of this hearing is to hear from people such as yourselves about a limited part of the government decisions about COVID, being about lockdowns, vaccines, including vaccine safeties and mandates. And when I talk about lockdowns, we are particularly interested in the long Auckland Northland lockdowns in later 2021. But all experiences with COVID begin in 2020 when a lockdown was first imposed as a public health response. Could you each explain your immediate reaction to the lockdown as a public health response and what that meant for your practices in the early days of that? Dr. Bolden first.
So during that time, we were looking after 4,500 enrolled patients across a rural area, and around 40% of those were over 65, with a good proportion being much older than that. During lockdown, we saw an increase in our population with casual patients due to people coming and experiencing lockdown within their batches, which had an impact upon the services that we needed to provide. Through this time, we carried on caring for our enrolled population, and in lockdown we had to instantly, of course, go to red and green screening. So red being the infectious disease management, and green being those people that we needed to see. But everything was virtual first, so we didn't actually see anybody who we hadn't already spoken to on the phones, which is a huge change, because prior to that we had an open door policy where anybody could wander into the clinic if they had an urgent medical need. Another big change during lockdown is that we didn't do routine screening. So normal care, some of the normal care that we would have done was deferred during that period of time, creating a backlog that we needed to address later. Other key things is, of course, we were involved in swabbing as well, which we did a swabbing clinic every day of the week, 7 days a week, which we did out in the back car park. We had to make rapid adjustments to the way that we worked with moving to telehealth, but also with actually having a red zone where we could see people. This involved knocking a hole in the wall so from the car park so that people could actually get in through a separate door and weren't coming into the clinic. We still covered the local rest home during this period of time and a nursing home, and that provided 24/7 care. We also still did urgent care, including accidents, and we were suturing people up during this period of time, but obviously needed to wear PPE if we had prolonged close contact. In addition, we still did PRIME, which is the primary medical emergency response. And again, that was quite complicated because we needed to do our PRIME response in PPE. And in addition, we still provided palliative care. So the key things that we were doing around lockdown were a rapid change in our behaviour and also the behaviour of our patients and how they accessed care, and managing the fear that was very prevalent throughout the population.
Thank you. Despite all those changes, what was your appreciation of the lockdown response? Was it appropriate to the public health issue that was before the country at that time?
We think it was appropriate at that time because the risk to the population was huge, and if we had gone ahead as happened in other countries, we would have had extreme difficulty managing that number of extremely unwell people, and I'm sure more people would have died as a result.
Thank you, Dr. Bolden. Dr. Chambers, what changes were there to your practice when the first lockdown began?
Yes, well, the first thing I'd probably say is very in favour of it and probably could have started a bit sooner. And in fact, I know that the college and others, we organised locking down general practice before the country locked down. So we could see the need for it. Much of our experience mirrors what Fiona has to say, other than we don't do the rural stuff. But we're quite used to managing disasters in Christchurch. Our practice has been quite integral in some of that stuff, so we're quite nimble, I would say. But there were so many unknowns that it did make it difficult. First and foremost, we were wanting to protect our staff, and we obviously knew there was a virus. We knew it was airborne, although there was some significant debates about that, how easily it could be spread, but we believed we should take the precautionary principle. And so we were trying to organise ourselves so that our staff were as safe as possible and our patients as safe as possible. So yes, that did involve changing our style of delivery, but because we're an urgent care centre and people still have cuts and bruises and heart attacks and dangerous medical things, we still needed to be able to see them, but of course we had to see quite a lot less. And alongside all of that, there's actually a business imperative. We're a private business, and if the income stops, it gets harder and harder to pay the staff. So that was another factor that was complicating in this area. So really, I think our changes were trying to deliver care as safely as possible to the people who needed it, but we were bereft of some of the equipment we needed to do that, which caused some problems in its own right.
Thank you, Dr. Chambers. Dr. Betty, first of all, your view as a GP of the lockdown response.
So the initial response I was very supportive of. At the time I was medical director of the College of GPs, and we called nationally for general practice to move to virtual 3 or 4 days before lockdown. And that was understanding that the spread of respiratory disease happens where patients congregate with undifferentiated illness. That happens in EDs, after hours, and general practice was the one that wasn't being thought about at that time. We were aware of the uptick in the number of patients with COVID starting to occur in New Zealand. We'd seen what had happened overseas, and that was a real concern. And I think it was absolutely the right thing to do at that point. A couple of points, it was Delta. It was very unknown as to what was happening. I felt Delta was very virulent in terms of what it was doing. So the initial lockdown response, I think, was the right thing to do. At a practice level, I agree with Fiona and Angus in terms of the challenges. So the rapid move to virtual to try and keep routine care going in parallel to what was required with COVID, and that huge resourcing around swabbing, changing to telehealth, what actually had to occur in the practice was very difficult. And there was concerns over income and what was occurring, because there was a major drop-off, obviously, in patients presenting and expectations around patients and providing a telehealth service, and was that a valid thing that you could charge for. So there were all those types of things going on. From a community perspective and a staff perspective, I think there was concerns, there was fear in the community, and that was justifiable. There were concerns about how to access care and how that would happen in the community. Was the service still open in what was a very high needs community, a very vulnerable community? And it took a lot to sort of try and mitigate that with our patient population and allow them to know that we were still open for business. It was just being done in a different way. So taking into account everything else that Fiona and Angus have saying, that initial response I certainly was very supportive of.
Thank you. Now, there was then quite a lengthy period without any more significant lockdowns, and then we get to about February 2021, and the vaccines are in the country, and the Pfizer vaccine has been approved for rollout for the New Zealand population. As doctors, you obviously have vast experience with vaccine rollouts and patients that need to have vaccines or are encouraged to have vaccines. Do you have a resource that you refer to for all things vaccine? Dr. Bolden.
Well, we have the immunisation handbook, but we also have the website and the immunisation website that we use for all things vaccine related, yes.
All right. And when the vaccines first arrived and were to be given, was it your expectation that the GPs would be involved in the delivery? Dr. Betty.
Yeah, look, certainly that was the expectation, because the majority of vaccinations across the country are given at general practices across the country. And actually the other thing that was important, we have a highly trained vaccination staff in terms of nursing, in terms of what they're capable of doing. I felt at this time there was a lag with the ministry in their understanding of general practice's role in terms of vaccination. Certainly it couldn't give everything that was there. And just to give an example of that, when vaccination was started to be rolled out and they wanted it to go into practices or vaccination centres, there was a handbook that was produced with 180 standards. It was designed for vaccination centres that had no experience with vaccination, essentially, because that's what was happening. We did a rapid response at the college around this and established that if you had foundation standards, you were already a vaccination centre, you already covered 160 of those vaccination criteria. My feeling was there wasn't an understanding of general practice's role and its experience with vaccination, and I feel that was at the start of the process underutilised in terms of the vaccine rollout and could have been much better done. And I think that reflects a need to understand the way general practice works, the skill base that is within general practice, and the need to mobilise general practice in this type of situation to address the issues. There was another comment that came back over that vaccination period from our nursing staff who are very experienced, and this was a practice issue, very experienced in vaccination, that a lot of the mistakes they saw in vaccination around cold chain, putting vaccines together, actually didn't come from the experienced practice staff who were vaccinating. They often came from the new vaccinators who have been pushed into the roles. So there was issues around supervision and how that was rolled out, I think. And I think we do need to learn from that and how we roll out this type of process going forward.
Looking beyond perhaps just the needle in the arm aspect of vaccination, what do you say about the existing relationships between general practitioners and their patients that might be relevant to vaccine rollout across the board? Perhaps Dr. Chambers first.
Yes, well, I think it's pretty well established from the research that that relationship is critical for vaccine delivery. Look, I mean, I think it varies a lot. We have quite a lot of patients who are elderly with a lot of medical conditions, and by and large, they're right on board because they've had first-hand experience of poor health and they perceive the risks as higher. I think where it's more difficult is where people haven't formed that close relationship because they're generally healthy and they have somewhat intermittent care. But I think that is definitely something that we're in a better place to approach than most other workers in the health system, because we do have at least an established relationship. So I think vaccination is easy for some people and very difficult for others, and we're all aware of the cultural context that that's happening in. But it would seem sensible to use those existing relationships to help vaccine promotion and delivery.
Dr. Bolden, is there anything you would add to that response?
No, I think that's pretty much covered it. I think that in rural areas, when we were rolling out the vaccinations, we did have to be fairly creative in terms of how we tried to do it, because of just trying to get them through the numbers with limited space. Obviously, we didn't want large numbers of people piling into the clinics. And we had huge help from the communities in terms of volunteers directing traffic and taking over car parks and that kind of thing.
Dr. Betty, I'll ask you this question first and then the other doctors to comment also. Were people coming to be vaccinated with misunderstandings about, or coming to discuss vaccinations with misunderstandings about what was involved and how a vaccine worked?
Absolutely, that was happening, and I'll tap into one of the comments that happened with relationship with our patients. Certainly, and we work in a very high needs area, patients did want to talk about the vaccine and what was going on. There was a huge amount in social media, especially in our area in East Paurua, misinformation that was going on about vaccines. And patients did want to sit down and talk about their views on vaccines, what they'd heard on social media, and was that relevant, and should they be vaccinated or shouldn't they be vaccinated? It was really, I think it was underestimated the amount of time it often took to have those conversations and talk to patients in a respectful, culturally appropriate way about differing views on vaccination. So to give examples on that, I had conversations around microchipping, about infertility, about cultural mores, about family values in terms of vaccination, what was actually happening. So I can't underestimate relationship and being able to have an open conversation that is non-judgmental about these issues. But yes, it was very, very noticeable, and there was a huge amount within the community in certain sectors of concern around vaccination and what was being said on social media about the vaccine itself.
Thank you. Dr. Bolden, was your experience similar with regard to vaccine hesitancy?
There certainly was a degree of vaccine hesitancy. The area, though, that I was working in at the time was more elderly area and more affluent, and actually there was more of a, for much of the population, there was more of actually a desire to get on and be vaccinated rather than the other way around. But then that did mean that the sectors of the community who didn't necessarily find having vaccination an easy decision maybe had less resources to talk through that because of the way we had to hold the vaccination sessions, because they were done in large groups going through car parks rather than on an individual session one-to-one. But in our area, we also had an iwi provider came in and did immunisations as well. So there were other ways in which people could access that, and I think that's really key. Actually, is to give people a range of providers and different ways of talking through issues around their vaccine hesitancy. It's not even vaccine hesitancy. It's just actually wanting to really understand what's going on and have somebody with some knowledge answer the questions that they've had put to them through the whole social media issue. And I think we did really miss the social media stuff that was happening wasn't taken seriously enough early on in terms of actually having a way of effectively putting the actual science-based view back into the social media arena.
So do you think you needed resources to help you deal with those issues?
Well, we did need resources because, as Brian said, it's a time, because remember, we're still trying to run a clinic as well with all the other parts to that I talked about earlier. And so having the time to spend working through those things in a culturally appropriate and meaningful way just wasn't a resource that we had to the extent that it would have been good to have had it. And I think that's, again, the experiences in other areas, like in Northland, when they started using local iwi to look at vaccine rollouts, that did change outcomes in those areas.
Thank you, Dr. Bolden. Dr. Chambers, can you add anything to the conversation about hesitancy or misinformation?
A bit. I mean, similar experiences, although I didn't have too many people ask me about the microchips. I would say that a good part of the system is there was some funding to support us to discuss vaccine hesitancy. But the trouble is our capacity is very constrained. You know, when you're at that stage, lockdowns are over and we were back to being busy and people having to wait for appointments. So you only see a limited number of people with that kind of capacity to have the conversation. But nevertheless, that was useful. I think I come back to the relationship, though. I'm not sure I have a different subset, but if my patients had asked me, do you think it's a good idea? And I'd say, I think it is, and that might have been enough for them. So there was a broad range of people wanting a lot of information, right through to just that personal, yep, it's probably a good idea, you are at risk. So I think that coming back, relationships matter.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to talk to you about vaccine mandates very shortly, but just a brief divergence into the topic of what to do with adverse event reports relating to the vaccine. Dr. Betty, perhaps starting with you, was that well understood what was to happen with the reporting of events that may have been related to the vaccine?
It became over time. I mean, I think general practice is familiar with CALM and the reporting mechanisms for these types of things. So I think in a well-versed practice with experienced staff and things, I think that was known. Yeah.
Can you just pause there and explain what CARM is? CARM.
Oh, that's the central the central area where we're reporting on adverse events is sent. I run out of Dunedin, I think, for the University of Otago and Ministry. I'm vague about the precise details, but it's one of the mechanisms that's used.
And is there a website where you enter an event?
Yeah.
All right. Did you find that system easy to operate in the COVID times?
There's two separate things here. CALM's one system. The CIR, which was a COVID immunisation register, which was the thing that was used to log the immunisations. And again, our nursing staff were involved in that. I wasn't directly. But one of the comments that came back about that system was it was very, very, in the initial stages, difficult to use. It was very time consuming. And in fact, we had to put one full-time person on just operating and using and entering the data into that system where things were recorded and reported. So the COVID immunisation register was actually an issue at the start in terms of what it was actually occurring. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Other experiences with CALM and reporting or recording adverse events, Dr. Bolden?
I mean, the feedback that I've had, again, because I wasn't necessarily doing that directly myself, it was often done through the nursing staff, but that it was widely used and a bit technical, but once you got around it, you were able to do it. I think because we were at that time reporting on anything which could conceivably be an adverse reaction, it was sometimes hard to know actually what was an adverse reaction or what was related to just chance. But of course, that wasn't our call to call that, so everything was put through. And there is some funding for doing the reports, so there was some time covered to help with that, which was useful.
You said everything was put through. Was that, were all GPs given the instruction that that was what was to happen, or was that in your particular practice?
No, that was the instruction for all GPs, given that it was a new vaccine.
All right, thank you. Dr. Chambers, do you have anything to add to dealing with CALM and reporting adverse events?
Look, I think it's a fairly well-established system, so I don't think that was something that had to be stood up so fast that it wasn't operating well. So that was helpful. And as you said, it is expected of your responsibilities as a medical practitioner to report adverse events. So I don't think there's anything too out of the ordinary. I suppose Fiona is right, though. When it comes to some of the more weird and wonderful things that are happening to people, would it be an adverse event or not? And I think Fiona's probably right. You're more of a referral here rather than a decision maker. So that's just you follow the due process.
All right, thank you. I'll turn now to mandates, and I'm talking here about mandates where people were required to be vaccinated for their work, and mandates where people were required to be vaccinated to visit a cafe or go to the swimming pool. What was the most common discussion around mandates in your practice, Dr. Bolden?
So the practice took the view that it was absolutely essential for staff to follow the mandate because we needed to keep COVID out of the practice and away from our staff as much as possible. Because if we got it into the practice, there would be no way of getting medical treatment or assessment in that area. And we're a rural area, so it would have been a great big black hole where it would have been a long way for people to go and access help. So the mandate was important for us. Not all staff members were happy about the mandate, and there was a staff member who left during that period of time. But it was ultimately it comes down to the decision of the practice owner. as well, that they can obviously decide whether they're going to have them in the building or not. But they prioritised the safety of all the staff and the patients so that we could carry on functioning as a health centre during that period of time. There's an issue about the mandates with the wider health workforce, and in our area in the Coromandel there was a particular workforce that was quite impacted by the mandates, and that did have consequences for many of our hapu mamas.
Right. Thank you. And just staying with you, Dr. Bolden, to finish off the conversation about mandates, were there difficult conversations or situations with patients who were...
Absolutely difficult. I think it was the first time ever that we were put into a situation where we, sometimes it felt like you were putting the good of the community before the wishes of the individual. That never normally happens in medicine, and of course, we also didn't want that individual to catch COVID and become ill with COVID. But some people were so adamantly against vaccination, and the mandate caused them really significant stress and distress, and also meant, of course, in some cases they lost their jobs. And so these were people that we cared about, that we'd known of for a long period of time, that we'd developed therapeutic relationships with. It was a very difficult situation to be in. In some cases, it meant that we were supporting them with their distress, but not actually able to do anything about the mandate or their ability to carry on with their job. Very difficult situation for everybody, but particularly for the people that felt that way.
Thank you. Dr. Chambers, vaccine mandates and their impact on your practice, your staff, your patients, and what you saw in the community.
Well, in many ways, similar to Fiona. I think a lot of us within medicine, and not all I know, can see the greater good in some of these interventions, and it is definitely unfortunate that sometimes individuals' choices get subjugated to that. But we are familiar with compulsory treatment in a number of areas before this COVID pandemic came along. So that was that's just a position you put in. I agree with Fiona. You had to be kind of supportive to the people who were distressed by that. But if your philosophy is that's the right thing to do for the community, you have to stick to it. I guess some of the difficult conversations would be people coming and asking for exemptions, and the criteria for exemptions is very, very tight. And by and large, you'd have to say no, you can't do it. And that put you in a kind of confrontational situation sometimes. But in the end, I think the greater good was what was in our minds. Now, you can certainly argue, given the effectiveness of the vaccine nowadays at stopping transmission, maybe things could have been done differently. But at the time, we were facing very significant risks to our communities and ourselves, I might add. And I think it was a judgment call to back it, and I think it probably was the right thing to do.
Did there come a time in the vaccine mandate days where the usefulness of the mandates for the greater good began to be outweighed by the social consequences of people losing their jobs and having disruptions in relationships that may not be remedied?
I think that might be your job. The answer is at some stage, yes. As I say, I think knowledge evolved. We became more familiar with the nature of the virus, the behaviour, the actual virus was changing as time went on. The vaccine, of course, was novel in terms of its technology. We didn't really know how it would perform, and then of course later in the scene came along antiviral medication. So it's a constantly evolving kind of ecosystem, requiring judgment calls all the way. So I think there probably did come a time when it wasn't necessary, but exactly when that was is up for debate.
Dr. Betty, what can you add to that discussion?
Look, I agree with Angus and what he's just said. It was a rapidly evolving area that was actually occurring here with decisions that were being made. There probably was a point to the latter 2022, especially when Omicron started to emerge and there was a different sort of thing happening with Omicron, where perhaps we could have started to think forward in terms of backing away from some of where we'd got to at that point, and maybe it did go on too long. You could argue that point, but it was rapidly emerging. The other thing I'd say about the mandate, and just going back to the health centre, one of the things I felt quite strongly as a health centre, as health leaders, that vaccination, we had to be seen to be vaccinating within our staff, not just for protection, but for being exemplars in terms of the community. However, the one thing I would say, we did lose one of our registered nurses at the practice, which was very, very difficult because she had an opinion about the vaccine and the mandate. And our feeling at the time, there wasn't flexibility about what we could do to utilise her skills within the practice that wouldn't have endangered staff or wouldn't have endangered patients. There's telehealth options, dealing with non-COVID related issues, which was still major in the thing. So I think the flexibility of the way the mandate was structured could have been, and it was one of the comments that came back from our senior nursing staff, the interpretation of it could have been done probably better in terms of what was able to be done from that point of view. So yeah, it was a complex evolving situation, and yeah, I think we can debate about when those mandates should have been lifted or eased off in terms of what was happening. Yep.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask the commissioners whether they have any questions for you.
Yes, Commissioner Kavanagh.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask about the COVID is still with us, but the post-COVID kind of area and the lasting impact of COVID on your practices, but also on your patients. We've heard a lot about social division, that sort of fracturing of relationships. We've heard a bit about mental health issues. Are you seeing that in your practices today?
One of the things we are seeing in East Pororua as a consequence of what happened, we're seeing a lot more vaccine hesitancy across the board, especially with families and young children. And I think it's one of the problems we're seeing with the vaccination rates in New Zealand at the moment. Prior to COVID, it was interesting in our experience, in our patient population, we had very few whānau families turning down vaccination when they were offered it, especially for their tamariki and children. That's not an infrequent occurrence now. And we're finding a noticeable change in terms of what's happening in attitude towards vaccination and what's actually going on. I think the other big direct thing that we have seen within the health system is, for some reason, absolute stresses on things like waiting lists at hospitals, and we're still trying to understand what exactly has gone on there, and why that's occurred, and not quite understanding those pressures on the health system at the moment. The other thing I would say, there was fear. I have seen fear in patients, especially the elderly, about if something like this occurs again, what happens and how do we handle that? And I have had individual conversations with patients who are fearful and anxious about what potentially would happen again going forward. So I think there have been some changes in terms of what's happened, but particularly that vaccine hesitancy, I think, has been quite pronounced in our area. Yep.
Dr. Bolden, do you have anything to add to that response by Dr. Betty as to the ongoing?
Yes, I do. So just sort of bring to your attention again that I just said that our practice numbers was 4,500, and yet we've had 3,000 definitely proven COVID patients during this period of time. And some people have caught COVID 4 or 5 times now. And 10% of those people can go on to getting long COVID. So the impacts of long COVID and the fatigue and the inability to lead their normal lives has been huge for some people. So that's a really key bit. And I think the other key bit is around anxiety, mental health issues, prolonged periods of isolation, and what that does to the elderly. That has an impact on cognitive function as well. So there's been some issues around cognitive functioning post prolonged isolation. And the other area that I would like to draw attention to would be family violence, and the impact of prolonged lockdowns and the financial insecurity associated with what has happened during the COVID period of time upon families.
Thank you, Dr. Bolden. Dr. Chambers, anything to add to that response about the ongoing effects of COVID?
Well, just many similar experiences, but I think there is still fear in the community. I think my feeling is especially within the elderly with medical conditions who know they're vulnerable. And I think there are still people who are isolating themselves, reluctant to go out. And I don't think that's particularly good for a person, including their cognition. There's still a fairly clear a strong feeling about the vaccines, and I think that's extended. Brian's mentioned the childhood vaccinations, but nowadays the person who's decided not to have COVID may well not have influenza vaccine as well as an older person at risk. So I think there's that flow on. The interesting aspect of antiviral medications is in our practices still, and because nobody can test easily anymore, we are detecting probably a very small proportion of COVID infections, and therefore not unable to treat them with the medication. Are effective at preventing hospitalisation in the right group. So I think those things are all playing a role for us.
And are you seeing long COVID as well?
Yes, definitely some. Long COVID's a mysterious condition in my view, in that there are a lot of other things that can cause similar symptoms, and COVID can, without doubt, change people's lives, but sometimes people also will point to COVID where it could be other things. So it's a difficult diagnostic dilemma for us sometimes working our way through that, not the least of which is because there's no test you can do. So long COVID certainly, I think, there'll be more and more research that exposes what COVID does, which seems to act in a somewhat different way than some other viruses, as my rudimentary understanding is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, look, thank you, doctors. A question based off one of the comments that Dr. Beattie made. You mentioned mandates and the way they are structured and some flexibility there. So looking ahead to the next pandemic and thinking about the tools that are available in the toolkit and putting aside the question of social licence for a moment, do you collectively see or have a view on whether mandates can, in appropriate circumstances, remain as one of the tools in the toolkit, and flexible design, I think, would be a critical dimension of that, but interested in your comments?
Look, I believe they should remain in the toolkit. We don't know what the next pandemic's going to look like. We not know its virulence or what it would do. I think it should be part of the toolkit. However, I think we need to think very, very carefully and very hard about that concept of flexibility and what that means. So I'd be thinking away from universal structural, there is one way of doing this, to thinking through how you can nuance this to perhaps lessen the impact on some sectors of our society that mandates actually had. And I think that's going to be a real challenge going forward.
Thank you. Do you want to get?
Thank you, Dr. Betty. Dr. Bolden, do you have anything to add to that response?
Yeah, I mean, I think that actually mandates were really helpful at the time when we first used them at the time that they were used, in that we didn't have a full knowledge of what was about to happen, and we had really serious concerns about the health and well-being of New Zealanders generally, and we knew that our health system did not have the capacity to manage the potential enormous tsunami of ill people with COVID that was the modelling at the time. So totally get why they were used in the way that they were, and it's hard to say that in a future pandemic you would be in a different position. That would be my thoughts on that. Yes, it would be great to have it more directed and targeted in a way that was going to have best impact, whilst not impinging on those people who didn't agree with the mandate. But the reality could be that we could be in a very similar position again around a future pandemic.
Thank you. Dr. Chambers, anything to add to that?
Yes, look, I think it would be unwise not to have it as in the toolkit. I think what we do know is we don't know what the next one will look like, and so we do need to be flexible, both in or the whole response and how we manage the response. The virus, or maybe not a virus, it might act differently. The therapeutics may or may not be available. The vaccine may take some time, may not take some time. So I think the key thing here is that we should be doing some planning, but it should allow quite a lot of flexibility to respond to the unique requirements each time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No further questions from me.
Thank you. We will now take a short break while the witnesses are put on the screens for the next session.
this next session. And in this session, we're going to hear from Gail Chambers, who's the National President of Grey Power New Zealand Federation, and Karen Billings-Jensen, Chief Executive of Age Concern New Zealand, speaking to us about the experience of lockdown for seniors in the community. So I'll start by asking Gail if you would introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your background.
Okay, my name is Gail Chambers, and as you've just said, I'm the Grey Power National Federation President. I live in Blenheim, Marlborough. I've spent many years working for NGOs in New Zealand as a senior administrator. I have worked for the Cancer Society, the Hospice, Red Cross and St John. I've also worked in the health sector as a caregiver, both in home care and rest home care in New Zealand and Australia.
Thank you very much, Gail. Karen, would you please be able to introduce yourself?
Kia ora tātou. I'm Karen Billings-Jensen, Chief Executive of Age Concern New Zealand, and I'm Wellington-based. I have a social work background and over 30 years of work leading services in the not-for-profit sector. I've been in my role since March 2022, and prior to that was 17 years with Barnardo's New Zealand. So again, very much involved in what service delivery looked like for communities and services from 2020 on.
Excellent, thank you. And just for our benefit, would you be able to tell us briefly about, I will stick with you, Karen, to start with, but tell us briefly about Age Concern New Zealand and what it does?
Sure. Age Concern New Zealand is the national office of a federation of 29 age concerns across New Zealand, from Kaitaia down to Invercargill, and they deliver services and interventions at a local level, including visiting and social connection services, health promotion, and also elder abuse services in most communities. And Age Concern Auckland is the largest of those age concerns and particularly focuses on the Auckland region. But yeah, across the country. And so nationally, what we do is focus more on issues around policy and national coordination of service.
Thank you. And Gail, would you also similarly tell us a little bit about Grey Power New Zealand and what role it plays?
Grey Power is an advocacy organisation protecting the rights of seniors, all seniors living in New Zealand. At national level, federation level, our main job is to go to Parliament and to other like-minded areas of decision makers to try and make a case for our seniors. We have around 40,000 members and within 69 associations across the country.
Excellent, thank you. I want to start by talking about the COVID lockdowns. As we know, that's the focus of our session here today. We'll focus largely on the August 2021 and onwards lockdown that's centred around Auckland, but just to set the scene, would you each be able to tell us briefly about how your communities and the communities that you both serve responded when COVID arrived and when we entered into the first lockdown in 2020? I'll start with you, Gail.
Okay, thank you. I was working for St John at the time, as well as being the Grey Power Marlborough president. We found that many seniors, for them, it was the fear of death, especially those that already had long-time medical problems. In Marlborough, there was also a great community spirit. People were accepting and resilient, taking the daily COVID updates very seriously and doing what they could to protect themselves and other New Zealanders. Many seniors that we contacted through Grey Power Marlborough found the lockdown offering different opportunities, such as shopping online and getting work done at home without any interruptions. One of the key things in that first lockdown too was the teddy bears. Everyone found that that was very community minded, and when they were on their walks, they were all walking around looking for the teddy bears in the windows. So that was a really good way to lighten the blow of what was happening. Wearing masks for some people was very difficult, especially for those that didn't like anything over their face, but we found that most people followed the rules really well.
Thanks very much. And Karen, is there anything you'd like to add to that from your perspective?
I mean, I guess, firstly, again, that older people are a diverse population. They're not homogenous. So, everyone did experience and their views were quite as varied as you would imagine. But again, as Gail's mentioned, we did find for some, they talked about it bringing back reminders of previous public health measures like polio or TB. And definitely we saw a large portion that were quite largely compliant and happy, and actually it made them feel supported and safe. But then we did see some challenges, particularly around access to essential services if they weren't digitally connected. So those who had family support, those issues were easily resolved. But we even find now that increased digitalisation of support services still creates a challenge. I guess for those who were already socially isolated, the loss of any support system they did have was hard. And the bubble of one was really difficult as the lockdowns went on for some people. And then I guess those needing care or hospital support, it was just the challenge without the regular or natural supports being able to be with them, to visit. And we know how hard it was for family or friends not to be able to visit or provide care within an aged care setting or within a hospital. But we also saw that there are just a range of supports that did spring up in the community. But what we always worry about is the risk for those that we don't see, the risk for those who aren't connected and we just don't know. We heard amazing stories of people who went above and beyond to support older people and those more vulnerable. And some people actually ended up experiencing more care and support in their life than they had pre-lockdown because, as Gail talked about, the teddies, the community spirit. So for some people it was actually that they found more connection. We also were a bit worried about some of the family dynamics as families moved in together, and if there'd been a job loss, there was just a bit of a concern for some older people around financial abuse, or suddenly not being in your own home with having other people there and just some of those challenges. But we just recognise, and we also loved it when funds were released into the community to support agencies to do stuff. There was amazing community connectedness, and there was some imaginative workarounds and things that brought people together.
Well, thank you. Taking you then to the August 2021 lockdown, when we've now had COVID in the country for 18 months or so, and when a new variant arrived and we went straight into a lockdown. Can you tell us about how these experiences changed or stayed the same otherwise during that period for you? I'll start with you, Karen, if you're still up on the screen.
Cool. I guess that, even in the balance between when the lockdown stopped and before 21, the return to normal for many older people was at a slower pace. I think some of the challenges, so waiting for the vaccines, hearing messages around vulnerability and don't go out and that, for some people it was really challenging. And then when people started to move to some things, there were limits on group sizes. There were limits based around the size of a room and how many people could be in there with that size. And also the impact on public transport. So if you're reliant on public transport, that did make it a bit different. So we were starting to see some engagement, and as I said, the issues around the digital access happened. But then there were just some of those different reactions. So to some, the lessons learnt from 2020 lockdowns were that some things just stepped back into place really easily because they were just re-putting systems back up. But I think there was a sense of exhaustion, and we really saw that for those that were in Auckland, Northland and Waikato initially, when the rest of the country was able to be at a lower rating. And so I also think that some of the challenges were the exhaustion of the staff and volunteers who were also managing their own need to be in lockdown and dealing with their own children in schooling or support. So I think that there was quite a lot of challenge. So, you know, we did try and again look at services using phone and online, but if you've got a hearing loss, if you've, you know, got some of that technology challenge, it wasn't always easy. So when people weren't able to be visited, say by a volunteer visitor, all those things kind of came back into play again. So yeah, I think it was different. I mean, as I said, some things were able to be stood up really fast because we were learning from the previous year. But I think there was that level of exhaustion. And again, particularly for those who were in a care environment or, you know, again, not able to visit people face to face. So there was, yeah, some real loneliness again for people that maybe had just started to have a little bit of confidence to leave, though we will say that it was still probably late 2023 to 24 before we started to see volumes of people back out in the community as they had been prior to 2020. So yeah, and I think then as the levels changed, it just was a little bit challenging around communication and people knowing what was going on. And I think particularly with the changing sands around levels and traffic lights. And I guess also for those who were impacted by managed isolation and the difficulty around that, you know, there were well publicised issues for those who weren't able to retain their New Zealand super because they'd been out of the country technically for over 6 months, when in fact we know that some of that was because they couldn't get back in the country. So again, I think some of those impacted families and older people individually, but collectively worried about their children, their grandchildren, their families.
Thank you very much. Gail, do you have some thoughts to contribute?
From the first to the second lockdown, we found that more people were not as resilient. And as Karen said, people were exhausted. Seniors especially, they couldn't see family, they couldn't see friends. If a person in their family was unwell, there was great restrictions about going to see them. And probably the worst for older seniors was when a loved one was sick in hospital or died, they weren't allowed to be with them. And so the feeling of closure wasn't there. We found people got more depressed in the second lockdown because they couldn't see that it was ever going to end. Is this going to be life from now on? Isolating was probably one of the worst things again, and people and Karen said it as well, people were just starting to get out and be able to go to the shops again, be able to go and have coffee with friends, and then all of a sudden they were back to not being able to. From a workplace perspective, those that were working from home in the first lockdown, it was a bit of a novelty. By the second lockdown and having to cart all your stuff home again was no longer a novelty. Workers were getting quite frustrated with the whole thing. And there was more of a feeling of doom and gloom, I think, rather than before when we thought, yep, you know, we've got to get behind people. We also found that more people flouted the regulations in the second lockdown because they were feeling frustrated. The traffic light system, a lot of people found that very difficult to navigate. They just couldn't understand it. We also found that those 80 and over, those were the ones that we contacted through Grey Power, our members. They didn't want to go out. From the first lockdown, they knew why they had to stay home and they were being very careful. By the second lockdown, they just thought, we don't even want to go out again. We don't want to catch this disease. So that was really horrible for that sector of people. Yeah, probably just going back and having to do it all again was really hard.
I'll just pick up on that, Gail. You said when they didn't want to go out at all. Did that continue beyond the period of the lockdown, or was it just during the period of the lockdown?
No, it kept going well after the lockdown. There's still some people that still are very, very nervous about going out. And now that the COVID strains have ramped up again, you're finding those people are self-isolating again.
And Karen, I wonder if you had a comment on that. You mentioned that you saw some people not coming back out until 2023, 2024. Do you have a common experience there?
Definitely right across the country we saw that. So, and again, it was, there were those who were really excited to get back out and those who were really reticent. And I think Gail's right, there are some that are still struggling to feel confident to go. And as I said, also if you're reliant on public transport or, getting out requires you to connect with a whole lot of people or be exposed to a whole lot of people. I think there is just that real challenge for those. Age Concerns did a bit of a study of some of their people, but I guess what we did find is that those who were probably less social became even more less social. So some of the ones that weren't confident about going out, it just reinforced, I guess, that behaviour. And then our worry, as I said, is those that we never knew about anyway. So those that are not connected to a service, not involved with Grey Power, not involved in things that are happening in their community. It's how can we make sure that communities can identify and support those. So we know, we've worked closely with groups like Office for Seniors and that who will have contact through people in MSD, contact with people through their receipt of New Zealand superannuation. So they've got a larger cohort of people that they might be in touch with. So for us, it was around, connecting with them to help work together at a community level of how we can support those who might be more vulnerable or more unseen.
And do you have any thoughts about measures that might have made that connection more possible for people or that would have helped address any of the other challenges that you've talked about?
I think from our perspective, it was some of that mixed messaging. As Gail's talked about the traffic light system, it was the communications and how things were implemented. So sometimes there were changes happening on the spot and you were needing to change what you were doing. It wasn't always being implemented consistently, which meant that some people were thinking, hang on, why are they doing that? And whether that was a deliberate flout or whether it was actually the comms and the way different groups are working. So I think that is something really to think about. Should something like this be needed in the future, is actually just really tightening the comms and making sure that the same message is getting out, and that we're also really aware for those who don't get messages digitally, how they get to hear about things and how important that is. For us as a funded service from a number of providers, it was also just making sure that sometimes the funders were mixing up the messages around what was the decisions around services and who could deliver and where it could be delivered and how. So particularly, I guess, as people were moving out of the Auckland larger lockdowns, it was just getting consistency. I mean, on the positive, we actually saw huge amounts of coordination of services. We had age concern staff in Auckland that were just part of the MSD calling tree, regardless of the age of the person, just part of that wider community. We were part with, and I know that Grey Power as well were part of the Health New Zealand advisory group around older persons and how to connect and do that and keep the right connections or the right information flow. So there were some really, good things to learn as how some of those got stood up. I think where there was the ability to put some money into communities to make some of those things work, it really made a difference. And the earlier that, pot of money that can actually free up communities and community organisations to be able to respond, the earlier that happens, then that means we've got community-led responses that are supported.
Thank you. And Gail, do you have some comments to add there?
I mean, basically, I agree with Karen. The messaging that came out could be a little difficult for older people. And as Karen said, especially without digital awareness, I think it's really important that we do have some sort of paper written leaflets or something that people can actually get a hold of and read. If you do have a hearing problem or a sight problem, trying to navigate something on the TV can be a little difficult, whereas if they've got something that they can read over and over again. We also found that people were quite disappointed that we didn't get the vaccines early enough. It seemed to be excuses why we weren't getting them. And then, of course, when they did come in, it was a big race for the older people to get vaccinated. And to the point of some people actually not coping very well when they had to wait in line, or get told that they had to wait 20 minutes before they could leave. And I found that for the people that were actually administering the vaccines was very difficult on them. They could only do what they could do. And I think that the clinics that popped up did very well. I think it was really good that the RATS tests were made available at no cost, so that people had that assurity that if they did have a cough or a cold, they could then go and test for COVID quite readily. But communication. Communication is the huge thing over all ages and all ways of communicating.
Thank you. And just picking up on your comments about vaccines, you've talked about people rushing out to get vaccinated. Throughout, towards the end of 21 in particular, there were vaccine mandates introduced as well that required health workers and disability workers to be vaccinated. Do you have any comments about the experience of those for seniors generally or for your organisation?
Don't quite understand the question.
Do you have any comments from the perspective of your organisation on the mandates that required vaccination for workers in the health and disability service?
Right, okay, sorry, yes. For seniors, I think the biggest thing was they couldn't understand why people wouldn't get vaccinated, and they got quite affected by people that were telling them that the vaccinations were actually going to kill them. And they didn't want to hear that. They wanted to know that they were safe. We actually had one woman in our workforce when I was working at St John who was stood down because she refused to get vaccinated. And the whole thing was Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you get vaccinated? So very much most New Zealanders could see why we had to vaccinate against this. And we're quite upset with the people that were trying to say, well, I'm not going to do it because, you know, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I think seniors, they wanted everyone to be vaccinated because then they knew they were safe.
Thanks. And Karen, do you have a comment to add on that topic?
Yeah, I think, you know, again, older people not homogenous, so there were some that were vaccine sceptic, but largely we know from the uptake that most older people did take the vaccine, and part of it was around the systems to make sure. So largely we heard it was well received. There was a real challenge around vaccine passes and particularly getting them printed. So our age concerns were running around printing a lot of vaccine passes and dropping them off and getting them to people, because as that became part of them being able to leave homes and to go places to have your vaccine pass, and, you know, the signing in and the COVID app and all that kind of stuff became a little bit of a challenge again with digital, but also just in terms of practicalities of having access to a printer. We know that there were pharmacies doing it as well, but largely we were around the country rushing out. We certainly did have some challenges as employers around the vaccine mandates, and one of them was, you know, we've got over 2,000 volunteer visitors, and the service is funded by Health New Zealand, our visiting and social connection service. The challenge was whether a visitor who is not providing any health thing was required to have that vaccine mandate, was mandated, with the vaccine. And it was a real challenge getting a clear answer, which took months and months. And so in the absence of we're not sure, we largely went whether they have to be. So for us, we lost around 400 volunteers who either did not want to get the vaccine or just chose that this was an opportune time to step away from their volunteer role. And it's taken us until probably early into 24 before those numbers started to pick back up again. So it was quite a huge reduction. And some of that was around the mandate. And as I said, the vaccine passes. And we did have some staff across the network that did not choose to get vaccinated and therefore, were no longer working. So, and also just over that whole period broader, it was a real challenge to bring staff on during a period of working from home or, so we were sometimes running without full complements of staff, let alone the impact on the vaccine. The vaccine, the passes, and then the mandate.
Thanks very much. And before we wrap up, I'll just see if any of the commissioners have some questions for you.
Commissioner Kavanagh.
No questions. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. That's been really interesting. And yes, I have a question. So just thinking about the people that you can't see and thinking about the need for support when that isolation is already present and it's going to be accentuated, and thinking ahead for whatever is coming down the pipe, what suggestions would you have to make in terms of either the organisational roles that you play or other things that might be done to reach that group of people?
I guess I often talk about, what do we learn in crisis that we can build into peacetime, the time when the crisis isn't here. So for me, it's all the things that will enable our communities to be connected. So whether it's supporting groups like Neighbours Aotearoa, who really go out and challenge us to think around connecting with our neighbours, recognising in times of power cut or weather events that neighbours do get to know each other. So I think, again, just constantly reinforcing who's in your neighbourhood, who do you know? So that's the base level. What can I do? What can you do? For us as organisations, it's having the resource, and it's not always a financial resource, it can be a time resource, to ensure that there is strong connection between those organisations that work and support older people. So, you know, there are many community networks. How can we strengthen them? How can we ensure that, you know, the grey powers, the aged concerns, the health services actually are more connected, so that there is a greater chance of people not falling through the cracks and us being aware. So, you know, our city missions, the groups that are working, you know, with those that are often not seen, how can we ensure that our community is connected enough that there is a stronger net of collaboration? So it probably sounds a bit airy-fairy, but actually it only works when we know who's out there, when we know who's doing what, when we know who to communicate with. And that takes resourcing, and it really takes time to do that. And then making sure that we've got the right settings on the comms, on the places and people, as I said, you know, those who know who is in receipt of a New Zealand superannuation. You know, obviously keeping the Privacy Act at front and centre, but how can we just ensure that where we do know who's who, how do we connect the people?
Thank you.
Gail, do you have anything you'd like to contribute to that question of reaching those people that are that you don't see as much?
I think the big thing for the likes of Grey Power and Age Concern and other organisations like us is we need to actually be given a mandate of what we can do to help people. So we know that most of the emergency services are pretty stretched. So it would be good to be far more inclusive in what we can practically do to help, rather than trying to do it on our own with our own sector. I also believe that there needs to be more telephone communication, if we can do that. Sometimes people just need to hear a friendly voice. It's also a way of making sure that they are being fed well, that they've got everything they need, especially medications, so someone can pick them up and deliver them to their door. But I think the biggest thing for me is inclusivity, and this is exactly what Karen was saying. We don't know what we can do, then we don't know. Whereas it's really important for us to be involved at the coalface.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Finally, I have one question for Ms. Billings-Jensen. So you mentioned that some people were at risk of losing their superannuation by being out of the country for over 6 months, but in fact they couldn't get back in because of the system that was being operated at the border. Can you just tell us whether that problem was resolved or not, to your knowledge?
It wasn't resolved quickly, or but I know the Retirement Commissioner and other groups were there was quite a lot of advocacy. It wasn't a huge number of people, but it was just a systemic kind of challenge that came up. You know, we do know that we have a number of older people that might split their time between Australia and New Zealand because of weather or family. But yeah, I think it was when they weren't able to get back, there was just that risk. I believe that there's a lot of work that's happened within MSD to pick up that and to identify, and I understood that for all those who were impacted, it was resolved. It just did take a little while, and I think it took a little bit of publicity as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're now going to take a short break to 3:45, where we'll be back with our final witness for the day.
Welcome back to the last session of evidence for today, the second day of our hearing. The next witness is Debbie Sorensen from Pacifica Futures. Meolele.
Malia Commissioners and Council, ko hoku hingoa Debbie Sorensen, ko iku hawe me le matura in Tonga Laleka, o ko Nawe Pacifica Medical Association. My name is Debbie Sorensen. My family come from the villages of Le Matura and Tonga Laleka in Tonga. My background is as a registered psychiatric nurse. I worked in the community and established the crisis team model for mental health services. I worked at North Health, the Regional Health Authority, and developed the first Pacific Health Plan and established a significant number of Pacific Health providers. I worked as the first Chief Advisor Pacific Health to Minister Bill English at the Ministry of Health in Wellington, and I then returned to South Auckland Health, now called Counties Manukau, as the first Pacific Health General Manager. My current role is as Chief Executive Officer for the Pacifica Medical Association, a role that I've held for 17 years now. This includes all companies under the Pacifica Medical Association group and the Etu Pacifica primary care clinics based in Wellington and Auckland. It also included the establishment and implementation of the Pacifica Futures Commissioning Agency for Pacific Families for 11 years. I'm a member of the Health Advisory Committee of the Privy Council for the Kingdom of Tonga, a member of the Social Investment Board that reports to Minister Willis, a trustee on the Milford Foundation Board, and a trustee of the Pacific Mental Health Commissioner.
Thank you, Ms. Sorensen. Now, I understand that the Pacifica Futures Wānau Ora Commissioning Agency was established in 2014, and the agency's role was to safeguard and support a prosperous future for Pacific families living in Aotearoa. What was the budget for doing so during the COVID response?
During the 4 years of COVID, 58.9 million of funding was commissioned through the agency for COVID-related activities across 4 years.
And we will turn to the specific aspects of the COVID response shortly, but how did Pacifica feature in statistics about COVID-19?
The Pacific population was overrepresented in all aspects of the COVID epidemic. During the Delta outbreak, 27% of all cases were Pacific, and the Pacific population only numbers 7% of the population. In March 22, Pacific people made up 42% of all COVID admissions to hospital. And Pacific COVID-19 cases for those aged over 60 had a 30% higher mortality rate. We were overrepresented in every single figure that related to the outbreak, right through all phases.
So it's clear that the COVID-19 pandemic had a profound effect on Pacific communities. Can you list some of the inequities that were exposed by that experience?
Certainly. So the Pacific population is burdened by a number of inequities. These include socioeconomic inequities, education inequities, and also health inequities, where most Pacific people will at some stage in their lifetime be burdened with chronic disease and illness and are overrepresented in those figures with poorer outcomes.
So arising from that, clearly there was a need for a tailored and culturally embedded approach, leveraging your existing relationships and local solutions. Did you put into place a strategy with 4 pillars?
Yes, we did. So when the outbreak was announced, and I have to say that we had advanced warning of it, having watched it travel through many other countries around the world and being alert to knowing that it would cross the border at some stage. So we had put in some thinking into what would need to happen when the outbreak was declared. As an agency, we were able to distribute $12 million overnight to 46 partners up and down Aotearoa to respond immediately to communities' needs. But in order to guide those agencies around what sort of response might be helpful, we established 4 pillars. The first pillar was making sure that families were safe. And so that was making sure that people had access to vaccination services, that they had quarantine support to quarantine and contain themselves at home, but also manage quarantine facilities, and also that they had access to the distribution of personal protective equipment and tests. So making sure we were the distribution centre for masks, hand sanitisers and COVID tests. And that made sure that all of those pieces of equipment and support were distributed throughout the country so that communities had reach to that. Our communities weren't able to go to chemists and buy masks. They didn't have the money to do that. And in most cases, because they were in areas where they were locked down, they couldn't go out. So from that pillar, we supported 6,300 families, which is the equivalent of over 20,500 people. We vaccinated 24,700 people through ethnic-based vaccination drives and distributed over $1.8 million masks, which seems to be an extraordinary amount of masks, but indeed it was true. It required us to work with our community leaders and our faith-based groups and organisations, and that was really key to the success of the campaign. The second pillar was providing comprehensive support, which to people's health and well-being needs, but also their material needs. So when the lockdown happened and when people were required to isolate, a lot of our families moved into houses with families and co-located. For a number of reasons. First of all, a number of people suddenly had no work because a lot of our population are on casual employment agreements that had no provision for sick leave or anything else, and they weren't paid. Suddenly on that day, when the lockdown was announced that afternoon, from that day forward, they had no income coming in. There were no entitlements. And of course, they weren't able to access benefits either because of the stand-down period. So they weren't able to pay their rents, nor were they able to go and buy food or other supplies that their families might need. In addition to mitigating their economic and well-being needs, it also included delivering mental health support, both face-to-face and virtual. And mental health support is really important that it's delivered in a culturally contextual manner. It's not a matter of trying to, line up and see a counsellor. And if you're familiar with mental health services, in fact, you will wait 6 to 9 months for an appointment to see a psychiatrist in this country. And so making those services available were really important.
Thank you. Was the third pillar fostering family relationships, family connections?
Yes, it was, and it involved delivering daily information sessions delivered in Pacific languages, and also community-wide Zoom sessions. And some of these Zoom sessions had 600 and 700 people. And so it meant that it had a really wide reach, and we were able to stagger those meetings so that everyone could access a meeting at some stage in their language or with their own group. It also involved weekly engagement with community and umbrella groups and regular engagement with the government bodies, obviously, to make sure that both the information and the needs that we were seeing in the communities was passed on directly to government so that targeted assistance from government could flow back down the chain.
And what was the fourth pillar?
The fourth pillar was making sure that families had knowledge, and this leveraged multilingual communications capacity that PMA already had. And it involved providing families with culturally anchored information. And people go, oh, well, that's all about, rubbing hands and kind of airy-fairy. But in fact, it was really important that families understood the messages and how they could keep themselves safe. So, for example, if someone was required to quarantine at home in a 4-bedroom home that had 2 families in it, what did that mean, and what did families need to do to keep themselves safe? If families had a family member who were working at the border, what did it mean when that person came home from work, and how should they remove their clothing, remove their shoes? How could they keep their families safe when they returned from their workplace at home? So that contextual information was really important. And it required also making sure that at each alert level, families were provided with reassurance, because there was a high level of anxiety in the community and people were really terrified that they were going to die. And this was in part a reality-based concern.
So you have listed for us a number of the key strengths of your pandemic response. The first one was readiness through experience and systems in place to respond to the help that was required, and that was based on 18 years' experience. Did you have data systems and frameworks already in place that you were able to use?
Yes, indeed we did. And so we had a group of staff inside the commissioning agency who were already working with large amounts of data and providing dashboards and information to government and to key stakeholders. So we were able to pivot that work to benefit the COVID response and to provide daily dashboards up to government and out to stakeholders, including media, about what was going on and how many people were being reached, but also what the key issues were coming in from communities.
And were you creating new relationships to do that work, or did you have relationships in place that were able to be utilised?
In the main, we utilised long-standing trusted relationships, not only with our network of 100 partners throughout Aotearoa, but also relationships with Pacific countries and their ministries of health. Our organisation provided border support for countries in terms of allowing people on planes and checking that they had been vaccinated and that they didn't have COVID as the planes moved from New Zealand back to Pacific countries. Also provided quarantine support for countries and managed quarantine for some countries to quarantine their citizens before they put them on planes going back.
Now, did you develop an emergency response workforce, which I think was called PACMAT?
That's right.
And you had flying squads. Can you tell us about the flying squads? What were they and what did they do?
Yes, so PACMAT is the humanitarian response group, so the Pacific Medical Association Medical Assistance Team. It is a WHO accredited international team and responds to humanitarian events both in New Zealand and in the region. And so that was the core of clinically trained clinically expert and culturally anchored staff who could get on a plane at a moment's notice and go to where an outbreak was. So, for example, there was an outbreak in Nelson and we were able to put people on the ground at 2 o'clock that afternoon to work with the local public health group, but also with the local community and in this case with the employer, to actually work out what responses and what action needed to be taken to keep the communities safe and to stop the spread. So the flying squads were used multiple times in the South Island in places like Queenstown, Dunedin and Nelson. Were also used in the North Island, in the Bay of Plenty and in Northland, in North Auckland, and often were used to respond to outbreaks in the regional seasonal employers group, which are the RSC workers, of which there are about 20,000 at any time in New Zealand, and we're not counted as part of the regular Pacific population, and we're not considered in any response by the New Zealand government. But indeed, we're at high risk, and certainly at high risk of spreading COVID through the community.
Now, there was, I think, plenty of innovation to meet needs as they arose. Can you describe a number of those for
Certainly.
us?
So there is Healthline, which is a New Zealand-wide fantastic service where people can ring up and talk about their health concerns and be given fantastic advice. Unfortunately, there are not many people on the Healthline who are able to speak Pacific languages, so it became clear very early on that to have the capacity where people could ring a helpline and someone could speak to them in their own language was really important. And so establishing the Eturere Contact Centre was the purpose of that, and that was to give information to individuals when they rang up, but also to contact people who might have been tracked down to advise them that they might need to go into managed quarantine or that someone in their circle had been positively identified. In addition to that, we had the rural support team that made sure that no matter where people were, they were able to feel connected and we could connect them to local resources on the ground and make sure that someone was there to support them. So it might be, for example, a family in Invercargill who found themselves locked down at home with no food and no milk for the baby or nappies for the baby, and we were able to connect them with a local resource that would provide support to them. We also had an urgent response team which could provide urgent support same day for families. So families often found themselves, they would have to go into quarantine at home and suddenly couldn't provide dog food, as a simple thing. People who were required to go into quarantine facilities, the most stunning animal rescue that we had to provide was for a homeless man's pet rat that we put into a cage and made sure was well looked after and fed while the gentleman was looked after in quarantine and returned back to him. But these were real things that stopped people from going into managed isolation because they were worried about their dogs and their pets, often worried about their kids. We had cases where parents were put into quarantine and very young teenage children were left at home without anyone to look after them. And no one seemed to care about that. And, we found that quite shocking, really. So having urgent response teams that could go and look after those needs and respond in a timely manner was really important. In addition to that, we also had a finders service where both the National Contact Tracing Centre and other agencies would contact us and say, we can't find this person, can you find them? And so an example might be that, a young woman might need to be found and she had told her family that she was at Bible study at church, but indeed wasn't, was with her boyfriend at the nightclub. And our staff were very good at finding them because they tracked down people through social media and local contacts and communities. So we got quite a reputation for being able to locate people that wouldn't necessarily be easily found.
So of a Pacific Island population of how many?
350,000.
And what percentage of that population did Pacifica Futures engage with over the 4 years of the pandemic?
95%. And the reason for that was that some people who wouldn't normally access social service support, so they wouldn't be in welfare support, they would have been working, they would have been paying their rent, paying off their car, taking their kids to school, suddenly found themselves with no income and were having to access, for the first time in their lives, welfare support. And so we had a lot of people who were very unfamiliar with asking for help, not familiar about what might be available, and very anxious about just trying to survive. And so that accounts for the high number of our population being contacted and connected. Nevertheless, explaining that, we often had 20 people in a household, and so we were dealing with large groups of people.
Can I take you just particularly to the early lockdowns, so March 2020? What was the response to education for the households that you were dealing with?
Yes, education was really something that troubled us greatly. So schools were closed, and in Auckland, which is where 70% of the Pacific population live, the schools in Auckland were closed down 3 times more than any schools anywhere else in the country. This meant that Pacific children weren't able to go to school. And so regardless of the PR message that came out from the Ministry of Education that said that they were giving devices to children at home, in fact, Pacific children didn't receive those devices. And if they had devices, they had no connectivity because no one thought about how were they going to pay to get internet bandwidth. And so we were in the position of providing devices and internet connectivity for Pacific children. But along with that, we actually had 3 years of Pacific children some of whom didn't go to school for 2 years because of the schools being closed down. Those 3 years were unable to be picked up again. We lost those children to ongoing education, and we lost them to low-paying jobs. So, for example, if everyone in their family had lost work, then these young people, and we had a number of stories of Year 13 students who had fantastic prospects of starting university, not being able to do that and stacking shelves at the supermarket. And indeed, those 3 years of lost education were then played out in NCEA results for the following 3 years, where the NCEA results are well documented as being very poor. And so we won't get that education back, and it will affect, effectively a generation of Pacific children who have lost opportunity.
So that covers all the lockdowns, the education problems. Just thinking, before we leave lockdowns, just thinking about the changing face of the long lockdown beginning August 2021. How did the communities you were serving deal with the changing rules and uncertainties that came with those lockdowns?
The changing rules were really problematic because there was a lot of information in the media that people were being exposed to. So because people were at home, they were on social media quite a lot, they were listening to the radio, and so there was lots and lots of information coming at them. So as every stage of the lockdown changed and the levels changed and the systems changed, people had to keep up with them constantly. So they were being bombarded with public health messages, they were being bombarded with misinformation, and then they were being bombarded with messages around, where you could be and who could do what, and you have these 25 rules, and do you know all the rules? And it was very confusing for most people just in the general population, but certainly for the Pacific community with the double burden of English as a second language and not being terribly familiar with the government structures and systems. So moving away from the lockdowns and thinking about the arrival of the vaccine in early 2021, what were you involved in doing in a practical sense with arranging for vaccination of your population, and what barriers did you come up against? So the vaccine rollouts were really important, and they're important to our communities because we needed to have people vaccinated. So there are a number of barriers with vaccination. One was accessing primary care to be vaccinated. Second was being able to get out, having the money to put petrol in the car to get to places. And third, just the availability of those services and whether they were in places where it was easy to get to. What was clear to us was having vaccine clinics or vaccination clinics that were ethnic specific, that were delivered and organised by communities was really successful. And our vaccination rates rose to 95 or 96% by the end of the epidemic. So we were very successful in those vaccination rollouts. I think one of the issues around this was the access to adequate resources for providers to actually deliver those vaccination events. Central government was very slow in providing resources and funding for that, and in fact a lot of the vaccination drives were funded by providers in the absence of government actually funding that, and governments being 3 to 6 months behind, even though they might have talked to providers about saying we should fund this activity. It was 6 months before providers were paid, so that was pretty unhelpful. I think also just the duplication of funding, and so Ministry of Health and ourselves were both involved in funding vaccination drives, and a number of other organisations were as well. So there was a lot of duplication, I think, and not a clear plan on if we are dealing with the Pacific population, who is coordinating that event, and is this well coordinated across agencies, as opposed to agencies which we saw right through COVID working in their own silo and not really playing well with others.
Was people picking up things from social media in any way a barrier to vaccination rates in your community?
Certainly there was a lot of misinformation, which was why the messages going out to communities to vaccinate were promoted by well-trusted leaders. Dr. Api Talimatonga made himself a movie star career out of this, being a key person who provided messages and was a trusted person across communities, as was Sir Colin Tukitonga. And so using those community leaders, our church leaders, to disseminate those messages around vaccination was really important and actually helped to mitigate the misinformation coming through from social media.
So then, after vaccination, we had vaccine mandates. What issues did your community encounter in respect of mandates?
The Pacific community is very conforming, very rule-abiding. And so in general, the community, if the government says this is what you should do, then the community generally follows that, with a small number of people who choose to do otherwise. From an organisational perspective, both the Pacifica Medical Association and the Pacifica Futures Commissioning Agency is absolutely clear about making sure that people should be vaccinated. As a humanitarian response group, it is part of our employment contracts prior to COVID. And so a COVID vaccine was just another vaccine that people were required to take. But also in the leadership role that we were playing in the community, it was really important that not only did we tell people to get vaccinated, but we demonstrated that through our own actions and our own leadership. And so we're absolutely pro-vaccine. We had no problem with mandated policies, and in our own staff of over 250 people, we only had one person who declined to be vaccinated with COVID and who left the organisation, I might say, on good terms. And so, that's an indication that the vaccine mandates were not something that the Pacific community in general pushed back against.
I'll shortly ask you to make some closing comments that you've prepared, but just before I do that, has long COVID been an issue in your community?
It certainly is, and we are seeing it in our primary care clinics. It is something that is not researched or focused on, but we certainly see people with what we think is long COVID, with respiratory illness and a number of other conditions that we think they wouldn't have otherwise had. There is also quite a lot of COVID in the community as we speak, and there has been over the last couple of years. So even though the pandemic is seen as going, COVID in itself is still affecting our community disproportionately, and we are still having people, as we speak today, disproportionately admitted to hospital with COVID, and indeed not doing well.
Thank you, Ms. Sorensen. You've prepared some closing comments that I'll ask you to make now, and then I will ask the Chair whether there are any questions for you from the Commissioners.
Thank you. From a Pacific community perspective, we paid the ultimate price. The first death recorded was Dr. Joe Williams, who is our patron, a statesman in the Pacific and a community leader, and he got COVID from his general practice where he was serving the community at 70 years old and more, and was looking after a patient who had COVID. And so he was the first person to die from it. We're certainly very proud of our response as a Pacific community, as a Pacific group of providers who were charged with a pretty intimidating job of having to keep our communities safe and not really knowing whether what we were doing was the right thing or not, given that no one had ever encountered this before. And so doing our very best job, bringing all of our resources together and working collectively was, I think, the secret to what we think was a very successful response to COVID. We're deeply saddened by the toll on our Pacific communities and the cost we bore due to socioeconomic inequities and the burden of disease, bias and prejudice. And certainly the recognition of the role that our community played and working on the border and working in the quarantine hotels and in working in hospitals and other service industries that were considered essential services has never been recognised and has never been appreciated. As a group of communities, we supported the government decisions and were compliant. However, the government was slow in identifying that a separate, culturally embedded, tailor-made approach would be required, and a significant amount of resource was required in the $58.9 million that was required to mount the response. We hope the government considers this experience and puts in place resources now that will support a response in the future, not wait until another pandemic hits our shores and we are required to respond and everyone is scrabbling. It is unnecessary not to learn from these lessons, although we have seen since the end of the pandemic that none of these resources are put in place for the future. And no work has been done, certainly with our communities, on what we might do in the future and where those resources sit and how do we keep them current and up to date. I thank the Commission.
Thank you, Ms Sorensen. Mr Chair, do the Commissioners have any questions?
Commissioner Kavanagh.
Actually, I do have two questions, if that's all right. The first question that I have is, you talked about the impact of lost education on young Pacifica people, and that could last a lifetime, right, which would have ongoing effects not only for them and their families but actually your Pacifica community and its aspirations for the future. Is there anything that we can do now? Is all lost?
For that cohort, and you're quite right about how it affects our future workforce, because these young people are young people that would go to university, they might become engineers, more importantly to us, they might become health professionals, doctors, nurses, and that opportunity has been lost. And so we will experience a gap of, probably 5 years where we don't have those people in training in the workforce. And so to try and make that up requires an additional investment from government, and there has been no additional investment thinking about how do we fast track that workforce moving forward.
Okay, thank you very much. My second question relates to RSE workers. And of course, around the world, globally, there's a movement of workers seek seasonal work. And so what would you advise about the protection, the health, the safety and the status of RSE workers in a future pandemic, and that is their risk of illness and their risk of passing illness on?
So RSE workers require a targeted response, and it's something that needs to happen now, not when there's a pandemic. So RSE workers come, and there's a notion that they have insurance, but indeed they are discouraged by their employers to access healthcare, and in some cases are prevented from accessing healthcare. They are told they won't get paid if they take any time off, and their health screening before they come into the country is variable. So sometimes we have young people who come as RSE workers who have very serious illnesses that weren't picked up on screening prior to coming. And, there's several of those a year. There is no system in place to protect the health of RSE workers. So even though there are liaison workers that work with groups of RSE workers and are meant to work between the RSE workers and the employers, they're not truly independent, and so often are captured by employers and put pressure on the RSE workers. So an example would be that we had RSE workers who, there was an outbreak amongst an RSE population, and their employer said that they needed to go to work because they wouldn't be paid, and the employer didn't care that they had COVID. And we knew this because we sent a flying squad to find out what was going on. And it was only when we turned up and told the employer that they couldn't do that things started changing. But that shouldn't be a job for a flying squad. like in an everyday kind of mechanism, there should be more support. So I don't believe that the needs of RSC workers are well looked after. I think they are paid below the minimum wage. They are often disadvantaged and not given a fair deal by their employers. Not all employers are a problem, but some employers certainly are, and there's very little vigilance of that.
Thank you, Ms. Sorensen.
Commissioner Hill.
Well, thank you. I was very interested in that investment and strategy development around that lost cohort in the education sector, and I think you've answered that as no, there is not investment, and Commissioner Kavanagh covered that with you, but thank you very much.
So, Ms. Sorensen, I just have one final question to ask you. In your opinion, what is the most important thing we should do as a country to help Pacifica people in any future pandemic that might eventuate?
The answer to that is broad and deep. It's not one single thing, so there's not one single magical thing that would make it better. If we were to protect ourselves in the future, then an investment in reducing socioeconomic, health and education inequities would be the single thing that would make a difference, both to the outcomes and the ability of the community to respond to a pandemic. And so that being considered by the central agencies that are charged with the responsibility in various areas, for example, education and health, and indeed welfare, is the single thing that would make a difference.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sorensen. That concludes your evidence, and you're free to leave. Do we have a karakia?
Yes, so we do have someone present who's going to provide a karakia to close the proceedings, and we'll just pause a moment to allow that to be sorted. So welcome back, sir. We'd be grateful if you would close the proceedings for us in your traditional way.
Nā mihi, tēnā koutou. Kua mutu o mātou mahi mo tēnei rā, nō reira me karakia tātou. Unuhia mai te urutapa nui, kia wātea, kia māma, te nākau te tinana, te wairua i te arataka atu. Koia rā e rongo, whakeiri aki ki runga, tūturu e rangi, tūturu papa, turuturu o whiti whakamaua kia tēnā hui e, tae ki e. Mauri ora.